Hey guys. Guys. Welcome. Welcome everyone. Hey. Let's get a nice background going. Hi guys. Welcome to stream. Welcome. Welcome into the roost. I think that's the first time I've said the name of our new Discord and stream. Yep, we're now known as Cafe Roost. The Roost. A place where we can get some delicious, good, nice roast coffee, teas, good drinks. We don't. Alcohol is regional. I mean, no, regional. Seasonal, yes. Alcohol is seasonal. Whenever I happen to do a special event kind of thing. Welcome everyone. How are you guys doing? I forgot to do something. Need to post. Say hi. I forgot to post a real life in my Discord. Also, wait. Oh. Wait, that's strange. Did YouTube change their webhooks? The stream preview looks different in the webhook now. Oh. That's strange. I never seen. Yeah, they did change the webhook. Oh. That's unusual. Oh well. Oh. Not gonna think too much about it. But yeah, how you guys doing? I had another Chinese New Year dinner today. I am quite full. I had a lot of food for dinner. You have no idea, guys. I ate so much. What did I have today? For dinner, I had. Oh fuck! Hang on. Whoops! Sorry about that. I had a. Whoops! Got to mute my lurk window. Sorry about that. Now what was I? I had. Okay, technically we had shark fin soup, but it's not actually shark fin soup. They replaced the shark fin with crab meat. Same difference though in the end, because shark's fin doesn't really have a flavor. You know how it is. I've talked about this before. How expensive, or quote unquote expensive Chinese food technically doesn't have a taste. It's just a status, and shark's fin is among that. So replacing the shark's fin with crab meat doesn't change the soup at all. So yeah, we had quote unquote shark's fin soup. Let's see what else. We had some fried squid rings. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Fried squid rings? Fried squid. Hang on. I'm not sure if this is a local thing or if you guys have it elsewhere. Oh right, I forgot, it's called fried calamari. Yeah, we had fried calamari, but Um, the fried calamari we have around here is a bit different. It tends to be cooked with some extra spices, most notably chili and curry. Just little bits of chili and curry mixed into the flour, so yeah, it tends to have a little bit more kick to it. We had that. We had sucking pig, suckling pig, that famous Chinese dish. We had that. We had what was the name of this dish? I think this is a fish, broiled grouper fish, I think. Yeah, broiled grouper. Grouper is a really, really big fish. Hang on, let me see if I can show you guys what grouper is. Yeah, basically this. Oh, that's annoying. Why does it keep... same executable. Will this work? And I'm trying to see if I can get this to recognize same executable. No? Well, fuck you then. There we go. That's the grouper. This fish right here. Really, really big fish. I don't know if it's considered a delicacy or not, but it's not an uncommon fish to eat around here. So we had that, and then we had something a little bit strange. We had sweet and sour pork. Most people will know what that is, but it was served in a bit of yam. I don't know if you guys know what yam is. Yam. They're kind of like this yam basket. Although yam basket is usually has this inside it. Mixed vegetables, some bits of chicken. But in our case, we didn't have bits of chicken. Instead, we had sweet and sour pork, which is a little bit unusual. But not that, I've never had it served that way before. Instead of this, we had sweet and sour pork. It's quite unusual. But still tasty. What else did I eat? Was there anything else? No, I think that was it. Oh, and I ate like 3 bowls of rice. That was my breakfast Saturday, and I tend to eat a lot whenever it's my first meal of the day. So yeah, I ate way too much. Which is why I can't fly right now. I'm too full. I feel like I want to just take a afternoon nap, but I've been wanting to stream for a while, so I'm gonna be streaming chat. And don't worry, I have coffee, and don't worry, I know that we'll be playing Stranding today, and I know that the last couple of times I played this, I've streamed 12 hours. We're not going to do that. Today we're not going to do that. Today we are going to go longish, but not that long. Maybe 6 to 8 hours, give or take. I've done. Oh crap! Hang on. Whoops! Hang on. Wait, hang on, hang on. The game took control of my mouse. Oh, stop! Fucking stop! Fucking god damn it! Hang on. There we go. Okay. There we go. If you guys want to see what's under my skirt, you can. But I don't want to accidentally show. Yeah, give you upskirts. Accent. You know. I want to make sure I do it on purpose. Mm-hmm. Give me a second. I need to. You know, adjust some stuff. Give me a second. There we go. Let me adjust the size of our subtitle. Okay. There we go. The game is already running. Just give it a second. It should capture soon. Game. Can we capture it? There you go. Right, let me move things over here. Alright. So let's go, shall we? Let's go. I've done some grinding off stream, but I've been wanting to stream this. Oh, before I forget, let me get rid of the CC lemon drink. There we go. I'm never drinking that again. Fuck that drink. That drink is trash. I mean, I do like my lemon drink, but not when not when it feels like I'm gonna die from the tartness. Okay, here we are. So, the last couple of times I played this, the game jump scared me like twice. I hope that the game doesn't do that again by this stream. It'd be mean if the game did that again. Please don't jump scare me. That's not nice. But yeah, I've done a whole bunch of grinding off stream, so you can see a lot of like messages from people who have a lot of stars. Or give me a lot of stars. So yeah. Let me see. Blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna read this all out and voice act it. I just want to see if there's anything that you're telling me that would be gameplay affecting, or if it's just a lore. Blah 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 blah. This guy's an immigrant. Blah blah. Why this country's gonna release followers. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay, nothing here. You could learn from Fragile Express, really. I could learn from them? No local boys to help a fella out no more, let alone feds. Every man for himself. Okay, so this actually involves us of a bit of the lore of what happened when the Death Stranding started. Actually, since we're doing mail reading, let me turn on the music. Work for no private courier, that is. And once took it upon themselves to keep on delivering the goods, in spite of the cost, without hope, expectation of reward. What good's money that ain't worth the paper it's printed on, after all? So, the world financial system collapsed. Had to get one thank you here and there and fuck all else. Fuel and mureness. Interesting. Couriers were delivering with no pay at all. Not even um not even in exchange for supplies. Interesting. Country fell apart and seized all that was left. Holding the world together was them. They didn't hold it over us. Belgium experienced all the matters feel the form a hell of a lot, but just still, it's like a lot to prove. Interesting. Very interesting. Hello, Junjito. Do you have anything for me? Parents are dead. Go ahead. Called and pause creating, doing so leave the mark on the world. If you just want to get by, go ahead and do whatever. That's why you said most people in the cities did most of the purpose for that matter. Okay. You beat mules without killing anyone? What? How do I not kill? And I mean, yeah, definitely. I don't kill anyone, guys. I just, like, they just start sleeping. Yes, he's. Our local mule chapter hasn't been causing any trouble. Really, it's still there though. These guys are just victims. I confront them. That's why your heads off. Oh, wait, too, by the way, did it come in handy? Get out of there without killing anyone. Yeah, definitely. They were just sleeping, face down in the river. Definitely no one died. Port is coming through again. Blah 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 blah. If Porter I told you about came around again. Oh! Interesting. Another porter made it into the BT zone and made it out alive. Well, that's nice. Nice to know that I'm not the only one who can get in there and get out alive. Formed a team with another porter. Oh, is that the two that I see wandering around? One to keep watch for BTs, another to manage the cargo. Neither of them got dooms, but together they manage. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Oh, this is the asshole who got us to deliver pizza. My dear Mr. Bridges, I must applaud you on a job exquisitely executed. I am given to understand that the pizza in question arrived in impeccable condition. Marvelous. Alas, I must also apologize on behalf of my sister. She was asleep when you arrived, you see. As for myself, I was sound about attending to private matters that demanded my utmost attention. I am on my way home as I write. I would have very much preferred to thank you face to face. But on this occasion, you will have to forgive me. Yeah, sure. Fuck you too. Anything new from the interviews? Repatriates and void outs. Okay, this is actually good info. Humans have certain powers. Repatriates. When a human and BT come to contact of void out results, the nuke that creates a crater, or the physical, this would term an annihilation event. These events occur when matter meets antimatter. Mass is converted into energy. The process is highly efficient, though some energy is lost to production of neutrinos. Similarly, in a void out, vast amounts of energy are released. Destruction on a devastating scale which leaves behind a large crater. Void outs triggered by contact with repatriates, however, consistently result in smaller craters. It is suspected this is because energy is lost to the beach in the same manner that is lost to neutrino production in a conventional annihilation event. And that in the case of repatriates, the amount of energy loss is particularly high. That's it. How the repatriate's body survives intact is a far bigger mystery. And on one which I refrain from commenting until I have a chance to examine one in the flesh. One notable repatriate is Sam Strand, former member of Bridges who left some years ago and been making his way around the world as a porter ever since. Do hope to get to meet him someday, considering how invaluable he could be in advancing. Well, you met me. Oh, 3 years ago. Okay. Oxytocin. Blah 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 blah. Got separated from our folks. Blah 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 blah. How the ridiculous. Doctor tell you that it's oxy doing its thing. Hormone the body releases when we touch each other. That's why mothers form bonds with their kids. Okay. Com networks. Blah 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 blah. Territory going via BTs and voidouts. You got yourself people isolated, scattered. Supplement our oxy levels. Fill the void left by physical affection with chemical TLC. Oh, okay. Would it work if we did it in VR though? I like to think it works by doing it VR. Hello Superfudge, welcome. How's it going? You came in just as we were getting started. We're currently reading up on all the myth and lore that we left off last time. How are you doing? Happy Chinese New Year, by the way. Oh, how am I doing? I'm doing good. Had another Chinese New Year dinner today, so I'm all full up on Chinese New Year dinner. How about you, though? Hope you're doing okay. Oh, well, you asked for it. You're looking for some real tinted bullshit. With my immigrants. Blah 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 blah. Also, until all of a sudden there wasn't any room for opinions. Oh god damn it, Hideo. Somewhere along the line people became so damn intolerant. All of a sudden there wasn't any room for other opinions or people for that matter. Oh bother, stop anyone like me from coming in. God damn it, Hideo. Stop predicting shit. Once that talk started, I reckon that was falling on the shadow was ready to go. Blah 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 blah. Pushing same old bullshit. Ah, it's still the old man. Stranding with all kinds of companies, shelters, hurricane proof, blah 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 blah. Get yourself 3 solid choices. First, shelter units, global military hardware supplier, government bunkers, selling to general consumer ready for the Stranding. Interesting. Millennium Praggers. They made it big right after a string of terror attacks, selling bank vaults and reinforced containers and the like. Interesting. Then there's your domestic guys. World safety housing. Cheap. Affordability, cheap and cheerful. Could be in the Stranding. Interesting. So, shelter makers were making a killing during the Stranding. Agile's umbrella and suit. Is an umbrella? Isn't it an umbrella? With the shaping up, but you're wrong. Thought it was an umbrella too at first. It's actually some kind of navigation device that Fragile came up with herself. It's a navigation device? How the fuck does that work? I won't pretend to understand the theory behind it. I'm told in fact there's chiral density across beaches and plot coordinates for her jumps. Oh! A jump? It helps her navigate her jumps. Interesting. Some kind of dooms that let her move from beach to beach. Clears her mind and let her powers do the rest. Spikes on her suit. When Fragile senses chiral concentrations, they pop out. Not sure if she'd be able to tell otherwise. Unconscious reaction. The spikes only recheck when chiral density increases. So that's what the spikes... Oh, hint at what the spikes does. But who knows, names and theories are just ways of coping with things we don't really understand. Same with visual indicators of the intangible, maybe. All I can say is Fragile's umbrella and Spike seem to help her hone her powers. Can I get something in there? It'd be nice if I could get something like that someday. Death Stranding soundtrack. Are you going to deliver your package? Oh, yep. Gotta make sure I get this customer satisfaction. No matter what, customer satisfaction is guaranteed here at Harpy Deliveries. And we will be getting underway once we're done catching up on mail and lore. Listening to shears and soul-soothing oxytocin surging through your system. You'll be holding hands when everyone happens to be beside you. I'll keep coming. Interesting. Hang on, I'm kind of curious. Is oxytocin real? Wait, oxytocin is real? The love hormone, really? Wait, oxytocin is the love hormone? Wait, oh shit, I thought this was a made up thing, but apparently not. Apparently this is a real thing. Oh. Interesting. Oh yeah, I kept going on about how they made up a hormone just for this game, but no, apparently it's a real thing. It's called the love hormone. What else have we not read? The bike. Yeah. You guys interested in bikes? Here it is. Yamaha MT-09. Fucking idiot. Doing a bike data entry. Right. Let us get ready to... we have a couple things planned for today, chat. First things first, I want to wrap up the last minutiae of the grinding I've been doing, so we need to jump somewhere. We're currently in Lake North City. We don't want that. We want to go back to the starter zone. Specifically, we want to fast travel to Grandpa Vesper. Is there really a... We're not going to go over there. Fuck you. We... As much as we'd like to go here, no. We are going to fast travel to Port, not City. Let's go. Hi, Fragile. I'm wondering if we're ever going to get a jump scare from this. Because, you know, right, that's how Hideo Kojima has been introducing jump scares into the game. I'm a bit scared. I hope we don't get a jump scare for this. Customers are always satisfied. Always. No matter what. I will ensure the customer is fully satisfied. After all. So what caps per post box? Oh! Someone used my post box. Enjoy. Yeesh. Gotta make sure the customer is deeply satisfied. Let's take a shower. Piss shit. You know, do our usual stuff. who's gonna take a shower before we head out? I know that it sounds counterintuitive to shower before you go and do physical exertion and stuff like that, but apparently it's better for you to shower before you do all those things rather than after. So yeah. It's been a while since we checked the mirror. Let's check the mirror over here. I'm also a bit worried about getting a fucking jump scare from this. Okay, maybe no jump scare. Alright, now let's take our usual supplements before we head out. First, crypto babies. And while he's performing those animations, I will also take my own combat drugs, everyone. Grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment, chat. Can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water. There are plenty of drinks here. As long as you're here, chat. Going in 3, 2, 1, and green bye. Cheers. Just PM crap while taking a shower for maximum efficiency. I've heard that people find peeing in the shower disgusting. I don't understand why. Why it's disgusting? I mean, you're kind of like washing your pee down at the same time, aren't you? Does it really matter? There's water flowing. Am I the only one who thinks that? Or are you guys now like, oh my god, disgusting? Excuse me. Drinking cool. Okay, technically, cool is mostly water with just a tiny amount of protein and other salts and amino acids, so I guess it's not the worst thing to drink. Subtitles have an interesting translation. Oh yeah, the subtitles on YouTube are garbage. Yeah, really, but I apologize for the shitty subtitles, but they're the best I got. Because, yeah, YouTube subtitles in general are just garbage. Is it all going the same place? Technically, no. Technically, how I describe this? The pipe for the toilet seat is separate from the pipe from all the other sinks and like general drainage. What? Whoa, that's new. That's new. You want to go to the mirror? Really? Okay. Is there something you want to do while you're at the mirror? No, I'm just not going to do anything. There's something you want at the mirror? He points when there's something he wants to do. seeing any new animations. They look the same to me. Do you guys know if I'm missing anything? Is there a specific thing I'm looking for, or is there nothing? I'm not seeing anything. Oh, okay. I didn't know that this is the kind of photo it takes. Uh-huh. Uh, 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 okay. Oh, wait, what? What? Oh. Okay, that's new. Special director's car animation. Are those new? Were they new? I don't know. Anything new? Any new color schemes I got? Ooh. Blue lenses? Oh, I like that. Let's see, what can I pair with blue lenses? Star black with blue lenses might look cool actually. Let's try that. I'll try it out, see how we feel about it. And then say hi to BB. Hi BB. Are you gonna jump scare me? No?
Hey there.
No, no jump scare. Good baby. Thank you for not jump scaring me. Yeah, the certain demon girl we both know. Oh, certain demon girl? Was she red? Is it the red demon girl? BB's now in more emotional resistance. Oh, okay, that's good. Hey, here. Is it red demon girl? Okay, hang on. Before we head out, more mail just came in, which is mildly annoying. What do you have for me? Reputation, blah blah. Putting faith in porters again. Your blood sign enough around. China, there's no way to keep everyone. I've had to restrict supply, only focus on dangerous runs. Classical one evidence. Oh, we've been paying off. Okay, so he's supplying hermetic grenades. Good to know. You can paint a BT's picture. Not a bad painter. Oh god. Oh no, Junji Ito. Oh no. He's going to draw horror. EK I see on paper. Might make a picture of BT. Don't know what they look like. So if someone could dooms, like you could describe what you saw. Well, we can't see them though. Or at the very least, we can't. Sam says he can't see them, he can only sense them. Okay, they're just saying hi. Hi. Let's get out of here. We're done. We're done. We have deliveries to make. Let's go. I'm on the way of mission to take in order to maximize Port City. Yeah, double stuff the 12%. Oh, ooh. That's nice to hear. Was the third person anyone I know? Oh, Daddy. Is one of those for me? Can I have some?
Our little secret.
Don't worry, I won't tell on you if you let me have some.
I might lay the test some when you roll them.
Oh, come on. If you want to buy my silence,
Toast
you're gonna give me some
to
now.
Lisa. And to you.
You're gonna send me a photo? Alright.
Not bad.
Okay, you're not gonna give me any, Daddy. Fine, fine, fuck you then, Daddy. Fuck you. I don't want your shitty wine anyway. Fuck you, Dad.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome.
Do something in your job. Claim materials you donated. Materials used to your bridge. Ew. New ranked event available. Yeah. Which links has Kylon found me at all? Let me see. Kylon, where are you? Kylon? Kylon? Damn. I don't think Kylon's found me yet. Meeting up your friends randomly is impossible, I swear. Oh well. Right. Coming up? Okay, let's see. Standard orders. We want to do a mission that has us raise this places. Hang on, how do I check? How do I check my... Can I check my reputation with the different places? I can. Alright. This place is almost full. I know it looks like it's full, but it's not full yet. It's almost full. That's full. That's full. That's full. That's full. Is there a symbol I can see that shows that it's full? It doesn't. But oh well. This place is nearly full, but not quite so. Yeah. We're going to take an order that allows us to improve this, which is this one. Retrieve precious artworks lost during delivery. They want us to go to that meal base, retrieve artwork, and come back. Just what we're gonna do. You should leave yourself here while you go cooking. You're cooking food now? 3 in the morning? Really? Oh, good luck. Make sure you pay attention while you're cooking food. Don't burn the house down. Good luck. Yeah, let us know what you're cooking later. Okay, yeah. There's what we're bringing. Of precious artworks, okay. 3 containers total, 3 medium-sized containers. Noted. Let's go. I'll be taking this. We have 1 PPC here. We want to craft with 2 letters. We want to craft. How many items you own in a private locker? Yeah. Craft 1 of that, 1 of that. of those. We have a power skeleton. We should have enough of these. And this is new. I want to try this out. We have plenty of materials, so we're gonna craft this. Craft that as well. And thank you. Okay. Right. I want to use this. Confirmed. We're gonna be using that bike to help us get around quicker. Okay, let's see. Ladders, carry on back. PC carry on back. And now we're going to grab equipment. Attach those to the boot lid. Hang that onto tool rack. Hermetic grenade. Attach that to the suit. Another hermetic grenade. Attached to suit. Let's see. Going to grab another ladder. Another ladder. 4 blood bags, huh? We're going to put these 4 into utility pouch. We're going to put this on my back because I'm going to drop this somewhere. And climbing anchor. Container repair spray. Bring another PPC. There we go. That should do it. I think we have everything we need. Right, so let's have. Hi, Kylon. I was looking out for you, but I couldn't see you, unfortunately.
Stand clear.
Here's my new transporter bike.
Order assigned.
Specially made transporter bike. Yeah. We're just getting started with deliveries. So that's what it's like, huh? Let's go. Have a cart at the back. It's a little bit weird, but alright. Oops. Oops. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Okay, we're gonna come over here.
Good morning, Sam.
And we are going to come over here and drop this blood bag off for people who are facing the boss here. Offload this blood bag. There we go. Confirm. You build all the roads on the right side. Oh yeah, nice. Currently we're on in the starter zone. We're just doing a mission here to max out my rep with the point. That's how we came back here. I've grinded until this is almost completely maxed out. Now we just have to do one last delivery for this place and it'll be maxed. I do a little bit of exploration. We're supposed to travel all the way here. I do want to travel to here, but if possible I want to avoid the going through that pathway, so we'll try to see if we can go maybe over the mountain. I really don't want to deal with these motherfuckers. Let's see if we can avoid them.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
going to go here. I wonder why there's a bridge here. Doesn't look like an area that would need a bridge, would it? Yeah, this doesn't look like an area that would need a bridge. If there's a bridge here, this means that this area could possibly have rain, which is a little bit worrisome. Hopefully that's not going to become a problem. Actually, hang on, I wonder if I can drive up. If I go around that way. The right side is pretty bumpy. You mean the right side of this map or the right side of another map? I don't actually see any road constructors around here, so I'm guessing I just haven't unlocked them yet. I have to say you burn your house down. Oh no! No! Why? You're not supposed to burn your house down.
Thanks for the help. This one's for
What do you cook, by the way? Besides your house.
Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you.
What's here? I don't get it. Thank you for the charge. But now how do we... Chicken? Ooh, is it fried chicken? I love fried chicken. Too far from cargo block. Yep. It's fine, I don't mind. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to take a bike through this, am I? Yeah, this is gonna be awful to cross. Is there easy way I can get to that? Meal base. Can I go over the mountain? I'm kind of curious if I can go over the mountain. So, hang on. Hang on. Come on. Get back. Oh, there we go. Right. So this is what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm gonna park my bike here.
Stretch my legs.
And we'll see if we can travel over the mountain on foot. A little spicy and some onions in it. I know you love your spice, don't you? Is this considered impossible, like they don't even allow me to get up there, or no? That's the question. Wait, there's a... Is that a repelling line? No, it's the boundary. Yeah, it's the Kylo Neville boundary. I want to avoid going through the... Come on, let me climb that. I want to avoid going through the... Can I not climb this? Fuck. Is this intended to be impossible? Damn it. It's gonna be annoying if that's intended to be impossible. Oh fuck. Hang on, PD.
Hang in there.
Oh come on, that was just a little bump. Come on, come on. It's okay. Shut the fuck up, baby.
Someone's happy.
Yeah. Stupid baby. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to walk manually. But the good news is, it seems like there is no... It seems like there is no rain.
Thanks for the help.
But also, that's good.
This
It's gonna
one's
make
for
the
you.
journey a little bit more
Today's
tolerable.
a good day. This one's for you.
Just a bunch of
Thanks for
Thai
the help.
chili turned into paste. Oh! Oh, is it chili padi? If it's chili padi. If it's chili padi, that's gonna be so spicy. For anyone who doesn't know, chili padi is a local, small but very spicy chili. Yeah. You're surprised my water cool baby's still online? Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Babies are bouncy, don't you know? They can take a few licks and be just fine. So you guys don't have to worry. Goddamn, yeah, I wouldn't want to come through this area with bike. This is so bumpy. You have to walk this. Alright. Now, is there an easy way to get into the... There's a bridge up ahead, we could use that bridge. Yeah, I took the left part of the vehicle already. Yeah, I did. And I had to bum rush the fucking ghost with my bike. It was not fun at all. I hated it. Never want to do it again. That's why I'm trying to my best to find an alternate route to the port, but it doesn't seem like there is. The musician. Huh. Who's that? Let's go and say hi. I know we're on a mission right now, but I wonder who that is. Who the hell are you? You are in the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna have to make use of this. Thank you for the rope, I appreciate it. Come on. And then, can I still give likes to the rope? No. Sorry, I forgot to like the anchor point. Oh, I'll do it later. You, who the hell are you? You're in a fucking cul-de-sac. This is slightly impossible, so let us build a ladder. Hang on, one of the ladders is... Yeah, that one is... got time fall damage, so we'll use this one. Ladder over here. There we go. Hang on, Torek. Hello? Anyone home?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID. Verified. Weapons detected.
Hello?
All weapons will...
Who are you? You have any orders? Sheet music. And we are nearby. Oh. You know, we can do this. Yeah, let's do this. We're in the area. Why not? Why not? You only decide to take it when it's not raining. Yeah, that fucking... Yeah. Driving through a
Order assigned.
BT zone and it's raining is very nerve-wracking.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I avoid it whenever I can. Okay, so where's the sheet music? I'm detecting one over there. Let's go and get it, shall we? I see I destroyed something over there. Displace me here. Ah, not my problem. And the sheet music is... Oh, the second one is over there. Can I get around if I go down the water? No, it's better to go up and down. I think. Maybe. Let's check out down there. See if we can take a shortcut. Thank you. Appreciate it.
This one's for you. Today's a good day. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. Thanks for the help.
The thing I find annoying is the fact that walking through like normal water like this drains your stamina. Why? Why does this drain your stamina? This is shallow water. What the fuck? There's a sheet music. Wait for me. Stop. Hang on. Sheet music. There. Then all shallow water. Okay, well. Oh god damn it. It's. Fuck! Fuck! Okay, hang on. It's easy to cross here. Come on. Come on. Ugh. Come on. Gotcha. Next one. Gotcha. Right. Can I take an easier route back to the musician? Maybe over the mountain? Let's try. Give me that, thank you.
There we go.
Okay, no, this is difficult. Nah, we'll go around. The long way around. It's safer that way. And we'll have a bridge we can use, so why not? Why not?
There we go.
Thank you for the bridge. I appreciate it. Alright. This has not been upgraded at all. You know what? Hang on a second. We're going to donate some chiral crystals. There you go. Someone went through the trouble of putting a bridge here and we benefited from it, so yeah. Oh wait, hang on. Do you give me this, please? Thank you. You know, it'd be nice if someone were to build a safe house over here somewhere. Yeah, there's a safe house there, but it's so far away. I want a safe house here. Or maybe even a safe house in that BT, so the people can, you know, hide and wait out the BTs. That'd be nice. Maybe I'll build a safe house there one day when I get the ability to. Give me that, and yeah.
There we go.
Only 6, really? What else useful, useless? Chiral crystal pickup? Did you guys know, by the way, that chiral crystals that you're carrying actually has a gameplay effect? Oh! Phew. Okay, that was a bit scary, but yeah, do you know that chiral crystals actually have a gameplay effect? Apparently, for every 1,000 units of chiral crystals, sand becomes 1 kilogram lighter.
Today's a good day. This one's for you.
Because, you know how chiral crystals float and stuff?
This one's for you.
Because
Thanks
Sam
for
is
the
carrying
help.
all those chiral crystals, he ends up floating. Can I please, where's that rope? 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 Are you gonna... Where the hell did the rope go? Grab rope. Okay, there it is. No, I said go fucking down. Thank you. Apparently, people have played this game for hundreds of hours without realizing that Chiral crystals that you're carrying affects gameplay. Someone saw a tooltip about how chiral crystals that you're carrying make you lighter, and posted it on the game's Reddit, and people are like, "What the fuck? I didn't know that was a thing." They need to read the manual. I don't even know if that's in the manual.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID.
Harpy deliveries. Someone ordered some music sheets returned. Here you go.
Delivering cargo.
Oh shit. You sent bridges? For real?
Who the hell are you?
Oh fuck me. What am I gonna do with all this? Good problem to have, but still.
You know you're in the middle of nowhere. I didn't even know that you were here until I just happened to be in the area. You're not on any map. Oh. Yes, heck yeah. Give me them stars. Oh wow. Almost level 3 already. Thank you. Please, someone else. Huh. Apparently the game doesn't tally your level up until it goes through one of these screens, because I got, what, 6,000
The
likes
network's
just
been
now?
working out pretty good for me, so. Okay, let's do it.
Oh?
Sign me up for the UCA. Or whatever.
You're trying to use it? Sure. Here you go. Here's your BTGs. And you're in the network. A random offshoot. Oh. Is that someone? Is that someone again? Who is the musician supposed to be? That definitely looks like it's a scanned face, doesn't it? There's a safe house. Oh, that reveals a safe house. Okay, that's okay. Good thing we came here. That revealed a safe house.
So this is it, huh? Don't really feel any different. I guess I'm part of something bigger now.
What do you mean feel any different? Why would you
I should get
feel
back to
different?
searching for some new shit to listen to. Always something good out there. Hey Sam, you the musical type? Got a harmonica here with your name on it. The traveling man's instrument. You can play it any way you like. Go on, take it. Let your soul sing.
You're definitely someone. IRL. And now I have a harmonica. What am I gonna do with this?
Seriously though, it's an honor. Sam Bridges. Damn.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Fabricate equipment. Okay, I guess this is a good safe house if we ever come by here. Oh, I mean, not safe house, pit stop. Deliver 20th century rock albums. They're all original classic songs. Yeah, no, we're not gonna take this right now. We're currently on a mission, so oh,
Thanks for everything, Sam.
no problem. We'll be back definitely.
Restrictions lifted.
Wow. A rope right here? Oh! Ooh! This'll be handy. Yeah, I'm very happy we stopped here. Come on. Can I get up? Come on. I can't. Oh, come on. Let me get up there. Go. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. Right, Daisuke Tsuchi. Daisuke Mijabi Songwriter. Oh! Japanese songwriter and singer. So that's why he has a face. Hehe. Where the hell are we? Online safe house there, right next to the BT, so good place we can hide out in if we need to. It's raining. We can't take any nice pictures. Alright, what's the path that will take us closest? Someone's asking for a ladder here. The climbing spike there, although I don't think that's really necessary. Better to put a ladder down there. Actually, hang on a second, chat. Sorry I have to suddenly take a break, but I have to go to a washroom. It's number 2. Sorry guys. Oh, stomach's feeling a little bit upset. I'll be right back, okay? In the meantime, enjoy some soothing music. Sorry for the sudden break, but I will be right back, okay? Sorry, chat. Harpy has to take a toilet break. I'll be right back. Sorry guys, enjoy the music. Nice soothing music. Let me raise the volume. There you go. Happy. back. I hope that didn't take too long. Oops, I just realized I forgot to put the BRB sign there. Oh well. Sorry about that. If anyone came in during the middle of that and I wasn't around to say anything, whoopsie. Hope I feel better. Yeah, I feel good. Feel a bit better now. I don't know why my stomach suddenly felt a little bit upset, but I feel a lot better. Maybe it's the fried calamari I had for dinner, because our fried calamari has chili powder and curry leaves in it. So it's fairly spicy and salty too. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for the music, Hololive. My stomach's very picky. Well, I mean, I can handle spicy food, it's just that, yeah. Sometimes that happens, you know. Sometimes nature just calls. So there's a rope going up there, but that is such a weird... Well, I'll go down here and instead... Wait, someone put a ladder please sign here, even though technically you don't need to put a ladder. Yeah. Yeah, that's strange. Fuck you then. Right, that's our objective area. We're going to be attacking them. Go where they are and how we can approach them. Yes, I'll check out your post box in a minute.
Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Appreciate it. Let's see. Anything? Yeah, you have a mazer gun. Otherwise, nothing we particularly need. Yeah. Appreciate it, but yeah, we don't really need anything from this. Although, one thing I could do is, yeah, I have an idea. Put this PPC. Oh. Hang on. I need to swap my shoes over. Put on footwear, there we go. Destroyed boots were destroyed. Yep. Right. No. PC. I want to put down a watchtower. Let's see. Where can I put this down? I got it. Can I build it on this rock? No. Is there any place I can build this watchtower? Preferably at a spot before those assholes will detect us. Can't build on rocks, that is annoying. So even though these rocks are, you know, flat-ish, I can't build on them. Is there any place I could put this? That flat area might be the only. The pulse box might be the only flat area available.
Walked up worse.
Ah! Shit! 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 Okay, you know what? Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. We're not gonna bother. Fuck that shit. Pull a gun. Tool rack. There you go. Fuck that shit. We're just going in. We're going in. Fuck that shit. We're not gonna pick up any metals on the way in. We're instead going to go straight in and yeah. They spotted me. No. Okay, that's good. It'd be nice if we had binoculars. Unfortunately, we don't. Or do we? Need binoculars at all? No? Nope. So that's just that one enemy that we have to neutralize. Right, let's all again ready. Let's try to get close. We have to be reasonably close before we follow him. Because we need to run up to him and kick him in the face. Where's he going? By the way, after this, we're not going to go back that way. We're first going to stop by the distribution center, see if they have anything for the musician. I don't mind picking up stuff and for the musician. Can I reach him from here? I don't know. Was that a headshot? I don't know. God damn it. Shut up, baby. I need to. Okay, he's done. Baby, now's not the time. Baby. Come on, we're fucking. Baby, now's not the time. Shh. Come on, baby. Yeah, shut the fuck up, baby. Damn it, baby. Things I do for you. Okay, closest enemies are quite a distance away, so I think we should be safe too. Why am I turning around? Recommend. Alright, that's what we're looking for. Precious artworks. All of these are going to the distribution center. We could carry these with us since we're leaving. We'll take the Mew boots as well. Attach that to my boot clip. 2, 3. And we'll take this metal. I want to take that metal as well. Yeah, why not? Resins, we don't need resin. Okay, we should be good. Carry by hand, and carry by hand on the back. There we go. Right. Let's get out of here. Let's sneak out. See where this tunnel leads. Maybe it's quicker. Just a hall, really? Just someone named Just a Hall went through the hall. Hehe. Metals? I'll take that. And I think we're home free. Oh, easy. Surprisingly, these guys didn't have any stuff stolen from the musician, even though they are quite close to the musician. Oh well. Give me that. Thank you. Oh, got it. I said go down. What? No! Go down, god damn it! Turn this way and go down. Okay, thank you. Those, as you see those damn borzoi dogs in every short in Vietnam. Borzoi dogs? Or borzoi dogs?
Today's a good day.
What's a borzoi
Thanks for
dog?
the help. Today's a good day. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
Okay, let's go. It's been a while since I visited the distro center with you guys. Well, technically, I visited this distro center off stream during my grinding, but it's been a while since we've been here together. Those dogs with a long snoot. Oh, that mean dog thing. I don't know where the hell that fucking dog meme came from. Looks stupid as fuck.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons
And
detected.
here we are.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Safe and sound at the distro center. Harpy deliveries.
Decontaminating soon. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh. There's some special delivery for you guys. Return. Lost cargo. There you go.
Back, are you?
I don't even know what that
of us to shame.
dog with the long snout is supposed to mean. I don't know what the meme is supposed to imply, but I've been seeing it around Since we're here, we'll take a short pit stop here and grab your drinks, everyone. Time for more energy drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what it is, as long as you're here for the moment. It can be coffee, tea, beer, water, anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Going in 3, 2, 1, green bye. Cheers. Alright. Oh. Just get coffee.
Bye, Sam.
No, come the fuck back here! I'm not done with you yet, motherfucker! Recycle. Oh, you are full of metals. Okay, then in that case, I don't need to give you anything. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna top up your Kara crystals. And then... I have an idea for the rest.
Thank you for your continued support.
Yeah, fuck off, bitches. Alright, I am going to put these... No, I'm not gonna put these into... I'm not gonna donate them. Metal is such a annoying resource together, so I'm just going to put these into my private locker. Actually, I'm gonna put the big one into my private locker. There we go. The rest I'll take with me, because I want to do something specific with them. And let's see. 3 ladders, PPC, climbing anchor. Everything else is good. All of these I'll leave here for now. Any orders for the musician? That's what I'm wondering. There is. Fragile cargo delivered to mountainous area. Vintage sound system. 9 kilograms. Yeah, we can take that. Yeah, we're heading out that way anyway, so let's do that. You need to grab anything from here? Yeah, we're leaving the bike behind. We don't need the bike. Load all up. Let's head out. We'll head out back to the musician, and then once we're done with the musician, we'll head back to the point.
Thank you for your contribution.
Let's go.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on. Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey.
Alright. The easiest way back to the musician is through here. We're going to travel along this route to this bridge here. And then I'm going to travel up to this climbing anchor and then go down to here. That's our route. Let's go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Someone we even went and put a safe house here, but I feel like here, safe house here is like really wasted. feel like building a bridge here one day.
Eventually.
Not right now, but eventually.
Oh god, that's terrifying. I thought that was a fucking new BT or some shit.
No, it's just some shitty Horizon Zero Dawn.
Thing.
Fuck off, Horizon.
Nobody likes you here.
The fuck was that?
That was strange.
What is doing that? Oh.
I'm accidentally pressing my attack button.
Whoops.
Alright. Cross this bridge.
Someone built a bridge over there.
Ah. I didn't notice that before.
Hang on a second.
I saw that. Come near you. Thank you.
There we go.
Adam's raining.
I was worried about this. It's gonna make the journey back into
The port city that much more dangerous.
fuck. We might use the safe house.
On the way back, just to make sure that we're prepped and good to go.
Nobody out here. One of those damn fools.
Thank you again for the rope. Whatever that fucking name is.
Bunch of bridges, a simple ladder.
Have a pleasant journey.
We'll use the bridge. Why not? It's safer.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Today's a good day. Thanks for the help.
Safe travels.
Aw. What's up? There's the symbols here.
So I'm gonna put a ladder here, although it's not strictly necessary.
Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on. Beginning scan. Safe travels. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Harpy deliveries.
Weapons detected.
You're done with shorts. You just saw 3 about snoot dogs.
Yeah, shorts tend to be very TikTok-ish in terms of humor.
I generally don't.
Watch shorts, but apparently it's the only way to go on YouTube, so gotta keep making shorts.
Delivering cargo.
Tomorrow I'm probably gonna make some more shorts.
Sam, my man. Good of you to drop in again. That's the picture of perfection right there. Doubt anyone but you could have pulled this off.
the perfect delivery. And S rank? S rank? Heck yeah. Another satisfied customer. Deeply satisfied customer. And if the customer is satisfied, I'm satisfied. Hmm? It is my flame color. Cool blue. I'll take it. Do I want to stock materials here? That is the question. I don't think I'll ever really do much here that will require me stocking materials here.
Alright, well, we both got shit to do. You especially, am I right? Rock on, brother. Stay strong.
So instead I'm gonna take those metals to the port
New
city.
order available.
Yeah, nothing new here for now. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. We're going to do that ourselves. Oh. Anything we can claim? Heading towards the port? Some cargo heading. Why are there a ton of climbing anchors here? Someone used Kylon. Kylon. Someone used this place to try to make contact with someone. Kylon, you see this? We gotta try that again later. Try to find one of these guys who doesn't appear to have been used as a contact point and do this. We can't do it here because this place has been flooded by this guy's equipment. Distribution center, nah, we're not going in that direction, so nothing for me here. Let's go. We're heading out.
Safe travel, Sam. Econ weapons restrictions lifted.
Did someone piss here? I think someone pissed here.
Have a pleasant journey.
Whoa!
Safe travels.
Thanks again for the bridge. Appreciate it. Okay, now we have to head back to the port. There's gonna be lots of BT still. We use the safe house. Halfway through.
Pleasant journey.
Come on. There you go. Now we go over here and into the lane. We have some hermetic grenades, so we'll be okay-ish for a little bit. But let's see, let me pick that up. Pick that up, thank you. We want to try to hit that at least. We're going to make a beeline for that, and then make a beeline for that. Oh god. Fuck. Fuck. Oh shit. Are there monsters here? Fuck. This is not good terrain to be dealing with that shit. Oh, this is not good. Okay, go slow. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Give me that. We're gonna have to enter the valley soon. And okay, there's clearly BTs all along the valley, so if we can avoid the valley proper for as long as possible, it'll be better for us. Let's see. This is gonna be uncomfortable, but this is safer this way. There's even a ladder here. Thank you for the ladder. I appreciate it. Oh, that's weird. Can I hold on to the ladder? Oh, it's such a weird ladder. Oh, yeah, I appreciate the ladder. How can I avoid going into the valley? It doesn't look like I can for much longer. Shit. Come on. Get around the valley. Stay calm. Stay calm. Damn, I can't climb over this rock. Are you serious? I have to go down? Shit. Okay, there's two over there. Fuck. Okay, we have no choice. We have to go weapons free. Is that enough, or... Enough for one, but not the other one. So... Take this, motherfucker! Okay. Okay, before we go any further, Drink that. Come on. Alright. Heals them all. Yes. Grenades them all. No mercy for motherfucking BTs. Bad touch. Bad touch. Get out. Get out. Fuck you. Is that the only one? Yes. Give me that. Give me that. Where? There. Okay, we can go around that guy. We don't need to kill him. Oh fuck, that's a fat one. If I'm not mistaken, the fat one takes multiple, so... Okay. Go. I'm gonna use this safe house. Thank you, I appreciate this. Let's see. We can recycle some shit. Recycle. Will you recycle anything else here? These mutants are on the cusp of exploding, so recycle that. My friend. Got a lot of crystals. Yep.
Delivering cargo.
Now's not the time to give me that fucking fanfare. Wow, this place has a lot of materials. Huh.
Thank you for your contribution.
On these boots. Okay, give me that. And that. And that. Right. We're gonna rest here overnight. Hopefully wait out the rain.
Your work is great.
Perfect place for a safe house. Nothing better than a safe house in the middle of PT territory. Can't tell you, chat. Oh, is this?
Good morning, Sam.
Is this a color scheme
Blood
that's
collection complete.
customized,
Thank you for your
or
generosity.
is this a customized color scheme, or sky beats. Can we customize our own safe house colors? Oh, that'd be so cool if we could.
EX grenade number 1.
Okay, we're in the middle of enemy territory, so we're not gonna deal with mail or other stuff for now. We're just going to get whatever we need from this place and then we'll head out.
Nice.
EX grenade number 2.
And finally, shower. Gotta have a shower after all. Especially after we're out in the rain. This looks like a really nice shower actually. I wouldn't mind a shower like this. And I don't mind the glass being completely see-through.
Grenade number 0.
BB, are you okay? Wait. That's... Wait. Please don't be jump scared. Please don't be jump scared. Please. Why? Baby, why are you jump scaring me? I just want to say hi. Why are you fucking jump scaring me? I swear, if you keep jump scaring me, I'm going to start shaking your pod. You hear me? Bitch. Yeah, no, okay. Fuck off, baby. Ah, let's see. Blue color. Yeah, no, that's not nice. I don't want that. Okay. Time to take our fuel check. Everyone, as usual, grab your drinks. Ready? Doesn't matter what it is. Going in 3, 2, 1. Green pie, chat, yes. That scared you? Of course it did. I don't do horror. Horror is scary. I don't like horror. I don't like playing horror when I'm alone. I need someone. I need to hear someone's voice. I need someone to hug me. Do it? No, fuck no. I'm never gonna play horror alone. Fuck that noise. Fuck no. No, thank you. Although I still haven't played Fatal Frame yet. Even though I promised I was eventually gonna play it. But it turned out that the game that was released on Steam is not good, so yeah, no point in me playing a game that's not good, chat. No point. Wow, any small reason, huh? Yeah. It's a legit reason, you know? Because, um, we shouldn't waste money, chat, on a bad game. And it turned out that the Fate of Fame game that was released on Steam is bad, so too bad. Too bad. I ain't gonna play a bad game. Wait, hang on, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to put that on. Put that on. I want to see what he does again. Because the last time we put these two on, he pointed to the sink. Wanting to go to the sink, but seems like not this time. Nothing different happened though when we used the sink. Oh well. Alright, time to head out. We have no idea what the weather's gonna be like when we go out there, so pray for clear skies. And it's still raining. Fuck. Yep. What the hell is that? That's new. Some kind of gold enemy. I don't think we want to mess with that if we can avoid it. Craft some more hermetic grenades. We're gonna need more. Yeah. We'll craft those. Fabricate. Hang down on tool rack. Attach to shoulder. Carry on bag. This PPC is destroyed. We'll recycle that in a moment. Recycle that. Recycle that. I hope the enemies can attack us as long as we're interacting with this menu.
Thank you for your continued support.
Right now, blood bag. utility pouch, there we go. Anti grenade. Carry by hand. There we go. Attach to tool rack. There we go. Okay. I want to use this one, that one first because it's about to break.
Thank you for your contribution.
Perfect. Time to go. We can avoid that. Go now. We're gonna take this bridge up that way. Wait, can we not get up that ridge line? Shit. We're gonna have to put on a ladder here. But that's what we're gonna do. It's gonna be heavily damaged by timefall, but I don't care. This one's more worn down. Here. And now, oh shit, it got destroyed. Fuck. I can't use this anymore. Yeah, fuck. Let's carry on back. We'll use that. Damn it. That was a waste of good grenades. When the room is dark, I always feel like jump scares available. The thing is, that room wasn't dark. I mean, the room was bright and it still happened. You can't come up here, right? So I'm just gonna keep going. I'm just gonna keep going. We're going, Chad, we're going. Oh, fuck! Fucking hell! Fucking hell! Is there more? Are we clear? Are we clear? Oh, we're clear. Oh god, fucking hell. Phew. God damn. Oh god damn, my boulder gun got destroyed as well. Bloody hell. Oh well. Let's get the cargo stored and drive on down. Oh. Let's go. Getting out of here. That's a useless fucking safe house. Oh, those are finding musician. Yeah, why not? Why don't we pick that up? Might as well, right? Could just get some free shit. I'm not going back there anytime soon, but we'll pick it up since we're here. Come on. Ooh, I want that. Come here. Thank you.
There we go.
Fucking get the fuck out of my face. What's all the bridges here? It's giving me a bad vibe. Are they going? It's like gonna rain, chat. It's like gonna rain. Oh, there wouldn't need to be bridges here if there wasn't gonna be rain here. Chat, I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh, give me that.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All welcome to port not safe.
The track is so rusty I can get temperature on looking at. Ah, it's fine. A little bit of rust never hurt anyone, right? Don't worry about it.
Contaminating. Safe travels. Staff for the bridges.
Someone's happy.
Harpy deliveries. I have a special delivery from... Well, more like a retrieval. Here's the artwork you guys were looking for.
Hey there, partner.
You should find everything in order.
How'd you get all this here?
Took a few detours, but we got back. And everything is in great condition. Heck yeah. Why planes and drones can't fly? Oh, that'd actually be interesting to read up on why planes and drones can't fly. We'll read up on that in a second. Nice, and that should be maxed. Yep. Port City is now maxed out. Yeah, give me my damn stuff. Come on. Come on. Come on. Give me. There we go.
No harm in taking a break in the private room, you know.
Yeah, we are. Gonna take a break, after we're done sorting through our stuff. We're not done yet, motherfucker! Come back here! Someone else can handle this for me. I'm not going back out there. Hopefully it's enough to max it, but I don't know if it will be. Let's find out. Please be enough to max it. Not enough. Right, doesn't matter. I'll max it next time. Now, recycle. Let's recycle some of those metals, shall we? That's why we looked all that here. We recycle these things as well. When you drop this off? Nah. And yep, all good. Enjoy.
Thank you for your continued support.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, and nothing we want to do, so let's just rest, read up on some lore, and head back to the next area. They'll fix up the bike, don't worry.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Right, we're going to do the structure is deteriorated. Structure deteriorated. Why? Why is it all deteriorating now? Ah, fuck it. I don't care. Let's see. Rachel, we need you to jump us.
You call?
Yep.
Let's get this show on the road.
Thanks, Rachel. Right, now do our usual break stuff. Piss, shit, shower, the usual. The reason why I watch all these cutscenes because I'm worried that one of these days there's going to be a cutscene here. You never know where Hideo Kojima might sneak a cutscene, you know? But then again, I have been noticing the skip sign whenever he makes it obvious that, I mean, whenever we are viewing a cutscene that we've seen before. So maybe if we see the skip sign appear, that means it's safe to skip, you know? Cutscene there like a jump scare, yeah. You never know what kind of horror ghost might attack you when you're in the shower, chat. There's so many ghost stories where, especially in Asia, about ghosts attacking you in the shower. You know the superstition around here where you're not supposed to take a shower after midnight because if you do, ghosts will attack you. It's a fairly common superstition here. Oh, let's read up on some mail and lore before we head out. Here's mostly about plants and windows. We don't have superstition about windows. We have superstition about the foot of the bed facing the door. We have superstition about showering past midnight. We have superstition about the number 4, but that's pretty self-explanatory. I'm sure what else is there. Age of printed nukes. Good old days before the Stranding. 3D printed nukes. You had yourself a firearm, 3D printed gun. Oh god damn it. EDL, stop predicting shit. Printed bombs, printed bombs, we can print the nukes. What, really? Can you actually 3D print a nuke? So make sure you're packing yourself right. That's how people thought back then anyway. Really? Everyone had nukes? He don't want anything to do with other people. Just shut himself off at a shelter and be left alone. The Elder, huh? Doomed to fail. More optimistic. Blah 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 blah. Music unlimited. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Nothing. You're gonna go sleep? Alright, good night, Panzer. Thanks for being here. Good night. Hope your dinner was good. Delicious chicken and rice. I hope you sleep well. Wait, hang on. I need to make it a point so that every time we come here, I put on some music. There we go. Also, the floating here, a woman with the guts stuck to him. Pretty popular. I don't think I heard that one specifically. Good night. Igor, 3 years ago. Astronaut, believe it or not. You know, I wanted to be an astronaut as well, as a kid. I wanted to be the first astronaut from Malaysia. In the end, I didn't fulfill that dream, but oh well. It's fine though. Like before Stranding, the skies are full of drones, airplanes, all kinds of crap zipping back and forth. The cowl clouds put an end to that. Skull came crashing down. Clouds mess with the flight system somehow, don't ask me how. Eat up comm signals too. Oh! The chiral clouds mess with electronics and block long-range radio. Oh, no wonder we can't just use long-range radio to communicate. The clouds are running interference. Interesting. That's why I got no idea what's happening in other countries. Set us back more than a century. Definitely way more than a century. More like sent us back to the Middle Ages. Oh, how Stranding is scrambling for the cities. Seven to learn from the sky. Huh. So that's why there's no flight, no drones, no radio communications. Nothing gets through the air. Interesting. Oh. Okay. Wait, hang on. I can't remember I saved that, but oh. Save? If you can't remember if you saved, save. Time to eat breakfast? Yes, the cryptoplayers are breakfast. And drink some drugs. Put on glasses. And cap. And time to wake baby up. Baby. Come on, baby. Wakey, wakey. Time to head out.
Oh.
We got work to do. We're gonna be doing several things here. Chat, we have, oop, cutscene. Ah, Christmas bats again.
I've got a present for you, Lisa.
I wonder how long he did this. Coming to see his comatose brain-dead wife.
What could it be? Oh, look. It's a beanie.
There's even Christmas music.
Oh, what about you, little one?
I wonder if I'll get to meet Matt in the game.
Would you like me to open it?
I'm really curious what happened to him.
Oh, what do we have here? What do we have here? A spaceman. Gotta give my buddy his present too. Won't be needing this anymore. I'm done fighting. You're all that matters to me now, so I'm gonna stay right here with you.
He says he's done fighting, and yet I'm fairly certain he smuggled the
My friend
baby
will know
out.
what to do with this one.
I have a feeling that that revolver is the revolver that
Merry
was it Victor or Igor was using.
Merry Christmas.
I wonder where he is now. I hope it's okay. Right. Let's see. engineer's full. The elder is... I know it looks like it's full, but it's not. He's just short of being full, so... Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. We're gonna do a quick delivery out to the elder. Get his... relationship maximized. Wish to have paved roads in the starting area. Maybe one day we'll be able to go back and pave the roads there. Maybe. What else? But maybe. Okay, yeah, but either way, we are going to take and water. Prototype bot delivery distribution center. Right, so we're going to take on the main story delivery at the same time as a delivery to the elder. We want to max out the elder, so yep. Next up the water. I'm back in Central? Yep, we're back here in Central. Just got back. Let's see here. We have boots, we have a bowler gun. Let's craft some grenades, shall we? We'll craft 2 of them. And we want to craft a transport trike. There we go. Confirm. I wonder when we're gonna be able to recolor the bikes. God damn this motherfucker. Patch the suit, right shoulder. Patch the suit, left shoulder. Alright. We got sibling tablets for the old motherfucker. Open up equipment. Boot lip. Boot lip. How's the gun? Still good. Put down 2 rack. We have 2 custom grenades. Maybe we should use the custom grenades. They're degrading though, and they're limited supply. I don't want to carry them if I don't think that we need them. Yeah, we'll leave them. I'll leave them. Okay, we want one of these, 3 of these, 1 of these. Carry those on my back. There we go. 4 of these. And the utility pouch. Yes, chat, I'm very attentive. If I have a weapon that is limited and I can't produce more of it myself, I'm gonna start hoarding it. I just hoard shit. I keep thinking, but what if I need it later? This power skeleton is about to break down. We might have to produce one later. We'll produce one, I think, at the old man's place. And I think you do that from the garage option. Yeah, I know that you can recolor the bikes from the garage option, but the last time I tried, there was no option to do that. So maybe I'll try, but we'll see.
Order assigned.
Garage. I can't. If you know how to recolor vehicles, like, can I only recolor vehicles when they're produced or something? Guess there's nothing here to recolor vehicles. I can store, I can retrieve. That's it. Yeah, even the bike that's stored, there's nothing. Retrieve, store, that's it. So, button here for recolor. Okay, so it's an unlock. Yeah, I would have guessed there's an unlock for that stuff eventually. Makes sense. Also gonna take these on. All 3 containers there, of course. Yeah, 3 large containers, huh? I'll take them.
We've prepped a prototype bot for transport. Now you'll need to take it to the distro center south of Lake Knot City.
Why the hell do I have to take it there?
These autonomous delivery bots prove reliable. They could revolutionize our supplies distribution network. A lot's riding on this, so be careful out there.
Right, maybe because you don't enough stars in there. Maybe it's an unlock for the Lake Knot City. That might be it. I mean, Lake Knot City unlocks the bikes after all, so yeah, maybe it's all unlocked for. Yeah. I pressed the wrong button. Confirm. Load onto the bike. Oh my god, all of it could get onto the bike? Really? How the fuck does all that fit onto the back of the bike? Seriously? Okay. Guess what, head up?
Order assigned.
Sam being placed by the machine. That's fine. It's fine. Harpy deliveries will always be the best.
Begin scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey. Good morning, Sam. Have a pleasant journey.
Oh, Kylon, I don't know if you were here earlier when I saw it, but somebody was using the musician as the dump zone for the meetup. Wait, rain here? That's so good. Okay, let me see. Is there a sign here? Any sign from Kylon here? No. Oh. Why is there rain here? It's not good. Oh, since there's rain or stuff. And the signs seem to die fast. The signs don't die fast, it's just that they unload when you leave the immediate area. That sign of mine has been there since the last time I streamed this, and it's still there. They don't die, they just unload. So don't worry about putting the sign there, just put one here and I'll keep checking it every time I leave. Keep disappearing for some reason. Mine has not. This has not disappeared ever since I put this here. And it's been there for like what? A week now? Just came back and it's still here. Even through all of the grinding I did off stream. All I had to do was go near it and it reappeared. So, yeah, I don't know why your signs are disappearing. I don't think any of my signs have died so far. They do unload if I leave the area, but all I need to do is go back there and I see it again. Let's go. We're gonna make a pit stop here. Is that my bitch? It is my bitch. A lot of people are liking it. Heck yeah. Harpy delivery.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
See. Oh, claim cargo. These are for me. When did I lose these? I don't think I did. Oh, I'll take it and deliver it. Why not? Thank you, whoever it was who delivered these. I appreciate it. Someone delivered for me. Yeah, I don't remember losing any of this shit though, but I'll take it. Thank you, whoever you are. That needs to go to the elder. Actually, I'll... Nah, I don't need to. No, you know what? I'll take it. We'll offload these and that going to the elder. Can I load that onto the bike? I can. How the hell can that bike fit so much shit on it? My god. It's going to the lake, not city. Yeah, we're not going back there for a while. Getting grabbed by BTs. I tend to go back for my equipment when I get grabbed by BTs though, so I don't know when I would have the opportunity to lose this. Maybe in one of the post boxes. Or maybe in one of the other places I would have dropped off some cargo, so... Oh. I appreciate it. So, let us unload and... recycle those ceramics. Thank you, whoever it is who delivered that for me. I appreciate it.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
Yeah, fuck off, bitch. Deliver lost cargo. Here you go. It's going to the other. No, we're not going to entrust this. We will be delivering that ourselves.
Delivering cargo.
Hey Sam, how's it going?
Right,
Done more for
Junjito.
us than we had any right to ask.
That 3D scan
think we
looks
don't
so
know that.
weird. His face looks off.
Well, be safe out there.
Good work. New order available. Please access the...
Alright, is there anything else I need? energy boosting drinks.
Should I just deliver these? Yeah, why not? There's a single small package.
I'll do it. Confirmed.
Load onto the trike.
There we go. And alright, let's go. Going to visit the old motherfucker.
Get his goods then.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Aw, maybe he's enjoying himself?
Someone upgraded my post box here, I believe.
Nice of them. Right, pit stop. Now,
Let us see.
new,
We're going to put my prototypes
into the private locker.
so that they'll be safe.
Anything heading up to the elder?
No, just some grenades. A hematic grenade?
Really?
Wonder why someone dropped this off here.
Oh,
I know you said it.
that's a lot of things. Yep. Look at all that. I have to carry this up to the old fart up there. So, let's get ready. He needs his sleeping tablets. Can I carry it all on my back? Apparently I can, so let's get up there. We'll leave the bike here. Did I interrupt the music by interacting with the pulse box? I guess I did. Oh well. Sucks to be the band. Come on. Come on, get up there. Oof. It's annoying when the rope doesn't get tossed out the right way. Is there a way we can change that? What the fuck was that? Oh, it's just that. Ah, it's fine. We're not going too far. What's with the scary music?
Beginning
Question
scan.
mark?
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
Seems like there's no problem yet. Harpy deliveries!
Cargo verified.
Really? More cargo for me, huh? Oh, making a delivery. 20 of those. Everything's in order. Let's go. I think you gotta face forwards and it'll toss and I'll straight behind.
The thing is, I thought I planted that with my back facing the wall, but apparently it
Don't worry, I'm not
didn't
dead
work.
yet.
I don't know.
Let's see how's the package.
I don't know if there's a way for me to ensure that
Wow, this is great. Excellent job. Thank you.
the line goes down the hill. Oh, I'm not gonna think too much about it. But this, yeah, this should be maxed out.
I probably should have grabbed the stuff from the shared locker before I did this.
Ow, I'm not gonna.
We're just doing that.
It's not like we needed any of the extra likes. This will definitely be maxed out already. Okay. New cap. I can visit a shelter, thank you. Giving me more materials, but I doubt I'll use them. Okay. Satisfaction guaranteed. Even for all motherfuckers like these guys. And got lost cargo for you as well.
Wait, that was fragile cargo?
I didn't know that. Oh well.
Here, I have something for you. It isn't much, but if you want it, it's all yours.
Yeah, give me that star. Ah, we got another star. Thank you.
You've kept me alive for a little while longer, Sam. I owe you one.
Right, yeah, shut the fuck up. Planting kits. And a custom hermetic grenade. Oh. As much as my,
How do I frame this?
as much as I want to, grab and hoard this, I'm not gonna take someone's custom grenades.
I will take this. Offload this.
Confirmed. Deliver that. Thank you.
Delivering cargo.
Thanks for dropping by again. It's always good to see you.
I didn't
I'd
even
have
leave
checked
here.
out long ago if it wasn't for people like you. So I want you to know I'm grateful, even if I don't always come out and say it.
You know how you could thank me? Give me some food. Yeah.
Good work.
Right, let me check on the status of my power skeleton. It's getting low.
Order available. Please access to...
You know what? Let's recycle the old power skeleton. I'll make a new one. I don't know how much longer this is gonna last. I might break while I'm in the middle of traveling through hostile territory. You know when that to occur, so yeah.
Thank you for your continued support.
Fabricate. Please make for me a power skeleton level 3. Okay. Thank you. Right.
Thank you for
Get
your
out of here.
contribution.
Gonna head back down and get back onto the highway and travel along the highway down here. There are more roads that can be completed, but we're going to make contact with the settlement first before we think about completing those.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh no, probably pick up some of the metals. Pick up that metal before heading down. Any we can pick up before we get there will be useful. Do that. Okay, there we go. Right. Here we are. Put these back on the bike. Thank you. This goes onto the bike as well. Thank you. Right. Let's go. Oh god. Fuck. Get up there. There you go. I'll pick up those metals and ceramics as well. Oh come on, I barely walked away from it. Shut the fuck up. I'm coming back.
That was close.
Put those on the bike. There we go. Hospital. Yeah. go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
We got nothing we want here. We've already been here.
Weapons restriction granted.
Fill us up, please. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hang on. Wait, hang on. Let me actually show him I appreciate it.
Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you.
There we go. Okay, let's get out of here. Oh, goddammit. I hate how jank the vehicle physics are. Rain again. Including rainbow. That's not good. Hopefully I'll be safe on the road.
Someone's happy.
Looks like the rain is way off over there at the cross from us. Fuck you too. You're gone. You can't catch us anymore. Fuck off.
Just saw something, hang on.
Back up.
Someone dumped a ladder here.
Oh. Wonder what this is about.
We can load it onto the bike. We'll
Drop it off at the distro center.
Right, time to look.
Excuse me?
Alright.
We're going to head here. And we'll plan out our route from here. Let's go.
Keep on keeping on.
Right, I have to go.
Keeping on.
We're not gonna fill that up for now. We'll do it once we come back. This looks like it's going to be a difficult terrain to traverse on a bike. Let's see. Maybe we can make use of that bridge that someone built. Fucking. Come on. There we go. Come on. Hang on. What is up there? Resin stuff for the other. Before I cross this, I'm going to like this bridge. This bridge is helpful. Really, really helpful. That is not our destination, is it? I don't know what that is. EX grenade number 0. It's a strange item to be left there. Gotta head out? Alright, I appreciate the lag. Thanks, Kylan. Good luck with whatever it is you're doing. I'll see you later. Probably still be going by the time you get back. Oh god. Oh. It is a distro center. Oh. That is deep water. We can't cross that. We can cross here. Oh, come on. Get over. Give me those. You know, from a distance, it really looked like a broken down wall. Sorry. Harpy deliveries. Anyone home? Hello. Someone asked for drones. I think that's what these are.
Sam Porter then? Been expecting you. We were told you'd help with the bot testing too.
Wait, I am?
Before we get to that, let's see how she's doing.
What's this about? Me helping with bot testing now?
Pretty as a picture. Got nothing bad to say.
Slight detour in the route, but don't worry about it. Had to make a little delivery to an old fart who needed like 100 sleeping tablets. I have no idea how he... Ooh, nice. I have no idea how that motherfucker goes through so many sleeping tablets.
These bots aren't designed to operate outside the network service area.
You know?
So let's get the distro center linked up already.
Oh, okay. Don't have to jump through any hoops or anything? Yes, your BT juice. That is a lot of new drop points. Breaches boost level 2. Nice! Can get new boots. Bones and the singularity. Yeah, look at all those meal drop-off points. So many nearby.
And there it is. I'll start prepping for the tests. You sit tight and wait for HQ to ring.
Alright.
Much obliged, Sam.
Now the bots can enter the final phase of testing. I designed them myself, you know. My hope is that they'll lighten the load a little bit. Unlike human porters, if one goes down, it won't cause a void out. Before the death of Stranding, scientists used to fret over the singularity, the possibility that someone might create an AI smarter than any human. But it never happened. Machines don't cause void outs. They can't die. They don't have beaches. No matter how far they come, machines will never understand death like we do. And because of that, they'll never truly surpass us. Get on the delivery terminal. I'll walk you through how to use the bots. And don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things from over here.
Bot deliverable stuff? Okay, before we do that, oh goddammit, they want, okay,
These
fine.
autonomous delivery
Fine,
bots
fine,
are
I'll play
designed
through
to
the damn
process
tutorial.
some orders for you.
Fine.
Simple, run-of-the-mill orders only. Take a look at what's available. Cargo transported by a bot is liable to get a little roughed up if the road's poor. On the flip side, a bot traveling on a well-maintained road is more likely to deliver cargo in better shape. Also faster, in case it wasn't obvious. Keep that in mind when sending them out.
So I have to send the bot over. Fine, fine, fine. I'll do it. Well, I hope you don't mind those books getting roughed up. Sadly, I can't offer my usual Harpy deliveries guarantee. That's the bot, really? Is the bot humming to itself?
Now we wait for the delivery bot to reach its destination. As of today, there's just one, but if the test succeeds, we'll move ahead with mass production.
That would be
Then you'll
helpful,
able to
actually.
dispatch them yourself. Oh, seems I misspoke. We managed to slap together another delivery bot for field testing.
Oh?
You can decide how to use this one. Sorry, baby's fussing again. Thanks, Sam. We'll talk later.
Good work, Sam. These autonomous delivery bots will benefit everyone, from folks in cities and way stations to preppers out in the back of beyond. But you must be exhausted. Why not take a break? I bet your BB could probably use one too. Head for the private room. Go on.
You're telling me to get in there so I can watch a cutscene, huh? Oh god, really? They're not even gonna let me. Fine, fine, fine. Fine, we're going, fine. I swear, this cutscene is another jump scare. This better not be a jump scare. Because if it is... Oh, no jump scare? Okay, hang on a second. Chat, I need to pee. Let me pee real quick. Let me pee real quick. Because I've been needing to pee since we were in the middle of that trip out here. Let me go and pee, and when we get back, we'll continue this cutscene. Right? PRP. Love you guys. You guys enjoy the streams. PRP. PRP. Wait. Didn't I? Oh well. Oh, have a drinks, everyone. Remember, doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. Can be coffee, tea, beer, water, anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Going in 3, 2, 1. Bye. Cheers. Okay. Let's get back into the game, shall we? Thank you, Hololive, for the music. And now we have to get back to the cutscene. Let's go. So, what's happening? Hello? Naked Norman Reedus? Hello? Uh-oh. That doesn't seem good. Huh? No. Ooh, wait. I hear the shower. Is this... Fragile, that better be you this time. Fragile, okay. If Fragile, please be you this time. I swear, if that's not you, Fragile. Oh, it is Fragile, okay. Phew, okay, not too late then. God damn it. Next time, knock before you use my shower. I'm fucking traumatized by the jump scare.
Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. You were sleeping when I dropped by. Thanks for the shower.
Right.
Don't mention it. Could do without the dread of a potential jump scare though.
Look, I gotta ask. I've been hearing things about you.
She's in bed with terrorists. Don't trust her. She's just another dumbass Higgs fucked over.
Didn't hear
She's
that
a goddamn
one.
hero, that woman.
I heard that one.
Tell me, Sam, what does America mean to you? Way my dad made it sound, we were something special. The glue that held it all together. More than a nation. A symbol of freedom and hope. We could bring it all back if we kept on making deliveries and connecting people. He was sure of it. I was a wreck after he died. That's when Higgs made his pitch. Together, we can run packages from sea to shining sea. Back then, he had a monopoly west of here. We both stood to gain a lot from a partnership. Business was pretty good at first. But then, a year ago, when those fanatics started stirring up trouble, fuckers hijacked our system. Somehow, they got a hold of our security passes and used them to sneak into cities. And just like that, we're delivering guns and bombs instead of medicine, and I didn't even know. We were just cogs in a terrorist machine. Higgs was behind it all. And on top of that, he got his hands on an old-school nuke that I ended up carrying right into Middle Knot City.
You telling me that?
Yeah. It was me. I blew it up. Could have been different if I wasn't so fucking blind. So I did everything in my power to stop South Knot City from getting destroyed. I tried to get the nuke out of the city. But Higgs was one step ahead. He took his pound of flesh and then some. Some wounds. They don't heal.
Oh my.
Whatever time I've got left, the rain took. So there you have it.
So he made sure to
Everything's true,
keep her busy.
except for all the lies. I don't give a damn about bridges or putting America back together. But I'm not about to let Higgs and some terrorists take my father's legacy and shit all over it. That's
Okay.
why I came to you.
I can work with that.
So, trust me now?
Yeah, I can work with
I'll be
that.
there for you, Sam. All you have to do is call.
So, sorry. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Before we do anything, go do your usual shower stuff. I wonder why I'm coughing so much over the past month.
Hex grenade number 1.
I'm not straining out my voice any more than normal. Oh.
Nice.
So as I was saying, Fairchild did carry the nuke into the city, but she didn't know it was a nuke. And now she's trying to take down Higgs because of the trick he pulled on her. There's a small chance she might end up deciding that killing Higgs is more important than, you know, helping us. It may come a point in time where she might decide to do that. So we need to be ready in case that happens. Currently, for now, our objectives are aligned. We can help each other, but hopefully it won't come to us needing to work against each other. But we'll see. New meal from Mr. Musician. Blah 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 blah. Gotta whistle and hum and stuff to him to chill when he's freaking out too, right? Music is totally primal. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, nothing useful here. Gotta ask, since one of the porters we work with spotted something strange by the crater near South Knox City. It looked like some kind of chip. Had a V carved into it. What about you? Haven't you ever heard of one like that? Porter found it was fixing to bring it back here, but got jumped by mules. Lost the chip. Ah. Yeah, all back before he's back on his feet. So urgent, could you fit in your schedule? Into the distribution center south of Lena City to accept the order and make it official. I mean, I'm here. Why not? Sure. And let's see. Drones and the singularity. Blah 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 blah. Field testing blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Was just a cargo carrier. Psychotic drone syndrome shouldn't be a factor in the singularity, not a chance. Yeah, it doesn't die. No reason to fear. You see? Concept completely foreign. Incomprehensible death comes to all living things, but humans have the capacity to understand implications. Imagine what it means so long as it's. That's one limitation AI won't ever overcome. That's the reason it won't ever surpass human intelligence. In before there's an AI character that starts to understand the concept of death. I'm almost certain that there's gonna be an AI character that, turns this on its head. Even if not in this game, maybe in game number 2. Oh. Oh, 2 new models. A bike and umbrella. Huh. Oh. Time for a meal. Always gotta eat breakfast before going out, Jen. And make sure you drink our coffee. Oh wow, it didn't empty out, really? Oh. Oh well, I guess I'll need to drink the one then. Put on my head. Hey to baby. Hey baby. Having fun? Oh.
How you doing, baby?
Any customizations? For him? I don't think so. Yeah, no new customization. Oh well, that's fine. We have a new customization for the cap. Grass screen. Oh. Nah. I'll keep the purple color. Alright. All ready to head out there. Let us save and let's go. Got more deliveries to make. Let's go, Chuck. Okay. Wait, did we see this? No, this is new. Oh, this is new. It's completely new. Daddy? Daddy, where are we going? Oh. I don't know what that was all about. Oh. Yeesh.
Hey Sam, those
Can I help
new
you?
sites you've brought into the network have helped us to restore more of our archives. Unfortunately, I still haven't managed to dig up anything about the BB's origins. And I'm completely locked out of BB-28's service record. If I could at least access that, I might be able to tell you why you've been experiencing those strange episodes. Well, I'll keep at it. You do the same.
Sam, check the terminal for available orders. Higgs set Fragile up, huh?
Eavesdropping again?
It's all in your cuff logs. And with the aid of the Cairo network, we were able to restore Middle Knot City's regional archives. The records corroborate her story.
Don't need you to tell me what's true and what ain't. I could hear it in her voice. Son of a bitch fucked her over good.
No reservations about working with her then, I hope.
None
Good
so
day, Sam.
far.
The bot you sent out made it to its destination.
It did?
The test was a success. Got another one prepped for you to use. Thank you with my thanks.
Okay, before we do that though, we're going to recycle these. Yes, we may pull those out again, but we'll deposit them for now and run the calculations of what we need later.
Thank you for your continued support.
Alright, what else do I want to do? Right, we have lost cargo to deliver. Someone lost a ladder. So, wherever you are, use your ladder pipe. It's pristine too. Right, now, what's the status of the road? Partially completed. Do we have enough stuff here to complete it, I wonder? And that one? Partially completed as well. We're gonna want to try to complete the roads. We have some generators outside. An auto paver heading away from the city. Entry prohibited sign? Why? This is a gigantic map. Okay, we are going to
Contribution.
do several things. What order do we want to do this in? We have a bunch of shit we have to do. I want to establish the roads as quickly as possible.
One more
What?
A new delivery type has been added to the terminal. Your hard work's getting noticed. Because of that, there's been some talk of offering a premium service. Now, it might seem like a hassle to willingly take on extra restrictions, but if you succeed, you'll boost your rep even more. So, if someone asks you to deliver within a time limit, you could counter it by setting the limit even lower, thereby earning yourself a better evaluation if successful. Now, if you're feeling up for a challenge, give it a try.
I mean, I might try it, but assigned to one that can be assigned to each bot. Then your bots cannot be assigned to it. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Do I want to do this now? There's really no reason for us to. Condition of the cargo. Okay, hang on. Does it? It does take up the slot. How do I want to do this? I want to go back to all these areas and grab resources to build out the road. I'm wondering whether it's better for me to do this or what other orders are there? Retrieve a signal with the fragile cargo to the weather station. We're not going to do this now. We're going to do. It would take all of the metals and ceramics. Fuck. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Take on orders. Standard orders bot deliverable. The bot is going to go back to Lake Knot City. Yeah, go. Off you go. Hello, welcome. How you doing? Don't worry, while this bot is delivering stuff for me, I'm going to be busy doing other stuff as well. So, we need to. Okay, hang on. How much does this require to be completed? That requires 900 metals. And 700 ceramics, right? I'm calculating this right. 900 metals and 700 ceramics. Yeah, okay, so we're going to withdraw. Uh, 900 minerals and they do this in divisions of 4. Okay, we're gonna withdraw this. Load that all onto the bike. Alright, confirm. And now we're gonna take on some standard orders. We're going to deliver metals to the engineer. We have a bunch of level 2 breaches boots, but we're not going to craft these yet. We're going to wear down our current boots first.
Sam, sometimes other porters will return Bridges' vehicles to the garage. They're for everyone, so Feel free to use them if you want.
We can find other people's bikes? Really? Oh god. Oh god, those colors are so gaudy. Yeah, I don't need to use anyone else's bike. I'm good. Hope you're doing okay, Errol. Alright. These metals are to be delivered. You know, yes.
Order assigned. Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
God, that fucking thing is hideous. I am not gonna build a bridge for now because I want to see what the road fills up. I said pick up the dam!
Okay.
Oh, are you serious? Come here. Thank you. Excuse me. We're going to the auto player first. Let's go. God damn it, fucking rock. I'll put a rock there. Come on, get up. Alright.
Stretch my legs.
I'm gonna complete this. We build road. $20 over, but there's nothing we can do about it. Shit, we're 20 short. Excess material we lost. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about the excess 20 metal. Right. We have to see if we can find fucking can't find it anyway. Fuck. That's annoying. Okay, maybe we'll just complete it on the way back. Any fucking ceramics.
There we go.
The ceramics over there. We could complete it right now. Let's do it. Ow. That's somebody's bike.
There we go.
So it is possible to abandon vehicles, huh? Oh. Right, we need that. Approach it carefully and get back to the thank you for the peace mushrooms. Around this way. Ah, fucking. Come on. There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, god damn it, really? Ugh.
Okay.
I hate context sensitive buttons. Oh god, fucking damn it, Rock.
Nice.
Give me that.
There we go.
My movements are weird, yeah. It's... They clearly didn't really spend too much time working on vehicle physics. Yeah, that or the game's engine can't handle it very well. It's very jank. This is why I prefer driving a car. And I'll switch over to the car once I find one. Confirmed. Thank you. This will make things a lot easier. You can remove the wheels and make it hoverbike. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? But maybe it'll become an actual vehicle again? Who knows? But for now, we just gotta do this. There's a ceramics down there. Multiple ceramics. Okay, hang on. Put that on the bike. We can't say no to ceramics. We need those. Stay right there. I'll be right back. Can we cross this? It's all shallow. Okay, that's fine. Come on. Hi. Right. Now back up we go. Get up there. Thank you. Can I climb this? I can. Right. Put it on the bike. Right. Let's go.
Let's roll.
How much this? You know, I wonder if I can just take materials from this and immediately. You have materials in here? Not much. How much do I need? Hang on. Hang on, let's calculate this. We need 1,000, no, 800 metals and 600 ceramics. Right. We have... We need 600 ceramics. We have 120 right now, so that should be enough. Give me these two. And structure menu. I have a feeling a lot of people were drawing from the reserves here in order to build this road. And material. That's all perfect. Now, deposit of car crystals. Perfect. Okay. This would be... yeah, this makes life a lot easier. Ah. Okay. Before I leave, I'm definitely gonna thank this guy. This makes construction so much easier. Thank you. Get out of here. We have a delivery to make to the engineer, and then we're going to head back to the Lake Knot City from the engineer. Although we're going to make a pit stop at the Craftsman, which is right over here, so easy stuff. Thank you. I appreciate the charging station.
Today's a good day. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked.
Happy deliveries.
All clear.
You have anything for me?
Sam Porter Bridges.
Specifically heading towards the lake, not city. Food rations. I'll take that. I need to build anything from here. Get it all onto the bike. Head out.
Order assigned.
Give me a second. Do you have any cargo heading towards the Lake Knot City? You do. 2 cargoes. Right. We'll take this. We're heading towards Lake Knot City. There we go. Alright. I have to keep searching for signs of Kylon so I can make contact. Now we head towards the engineer.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
It's going to Lingmont City, huh? Alright. I'm slowly reading all the names that come by, looking for someone named Chiron. And fuck you too, motherfuckers. Is there a steel raining? Surprising. Thank you for the charging station. Harpy deliveries.
Verifying ID. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Wow, there's a lot of people here. Excuse me, I need to park my bike closer so hope you guys don't mind. Oh, lots of artists. We have a delivery of metal for you guys. Hi Cass, welcome. Oh, you on your stream already, Cass? Oh, you did on your stream. Welcome.
Good to see you.
Well. I saw you guys are playing the furry shooter.
You carried all this by yourself?
What? How the hell did they get 1% damage? What do you mean 1% damage? There's no damage. What the fuck are you talking about? That's BS. Fucking BS. Fuck you. You just try to cheat me out of my points. Motherfucker. Fuck you, Gingy, you know. Give me my damn fucking likes. Thank you. Lost internet. For a few minutes. Oh. Lost me about an hour. Oh. Oh, I hope it wasn't something that couldn't be fixed. I see me back now.
Well, be safe out there.
Yeah, Tucci. After the crash. Oh, yeah, it happens.
New order available. Please access delivery.
When you have to restart, that does happen. But because people need to refresh the stream in order to load the stream again on Twitch. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Nothing you can do about it though. All of these are going to the Lake Knot City and we're not going to entrust those. Any deliveries going to... Yep, a bunch going to Lake Knot City. We're gonna take both of these. Accept order. gonna make 2 bridge level 2 boots. Load on the bike. Attach to boot clip. Swap it inner. Attach to boot clip. Swap it outer. There we go. We're gonna break these down. Yeah. Yeah, lots of other people went away.
Order assigned.
Oh well. Just means they're comfy on your stream, I guess. Alright. These boots are gonna get recycled. Anything else can recycle? No. Nope. Okay, recycle. Thank you. Bitches. Don't care. Fuck off. Any cargo going to the Lena City? Yeah, these 3. So I'm going to the distribution center. We'll pick those up on the way back. We're going to to Lena City first, and then from Lena City we're going to do a trip back out. Let us go.
Thank you for your contribution.
See you again soon.
Hi guys. Yeah, we don't need any of those. You're kind of stuck. Sorry about the bump I'm gonna have to give you. Yeah.
Come on, let's roll.
Oh. You kind of phase through the bike. Oh, I can't. Interesting. So, all of those.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
All those random portals we see, they all share a single life bar. Oh, what the fuck? Why are you here? Fuck off, bitch! Actually, hang on. I'm kinda curious about something. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Can I kill you? Fuck yeah!
Sam, looks like you've got a body on your hands. Doesn't matter how it happened, you can't ignore it. And if you're directly responsible, all the more reason to clean it up. Any corpse left alone will eventually go necro and pop a BT. You've got to dispose of it before that happens.
And how do I do that? Oh god damn it. Fuck you! Okay, hang on. Kick! Kick! Okay, baby, this is not the time! BB, this is not the time! Fuck you! Hang on. Fuck. Oh god. Fuck. Kick. Any more? Any more? Okay, how do I dispose? Alright, this is a body bag, now what? I don't know how to dispose of body bag. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Let me just grab your shit. I don't know what the hell Omni reflector boots are, but mine now. Give me that. My shit now. Give me that. This is mine too. Give me that. Right. All these I'm gonna store on the bike. Now what do I do with this? Oh wait, there's more over there. Hang on. God damn, how much stuff did I get from these guys? All those metals I'm getting, I'm probably going to donate it to the distribution center. I need a stash of metals. But God damn it. Maybe shall I? Oh, fine. I'll dump this. Leave it here. So how do I dispose of a body? Listen, by the way, chat, listen. If anyone asks, this guy ran in front of our bike 3 times. Okay, chat? Okay, should we get our story straight? Okay? Okay? He ran underneath our wheels. Yes.
Keep on keeping on.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Corpse detected. Please transport corpse to incinerator for immediate processing. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until the...
Yeah, where the hell is the incinerator?
Locking gate. Welcome to Lake Knot City.
Where the hell is the incinerator? Oh god, the incinerator's all the way over there. Fuck!
Proceed to distribution center.
Okay, hang on a second. I can't go all the way back there. Not right now. Okay, hang on. What if I leave the corpse here? And then I go and drop off all the shit, and then I'll come back and deal with it later. Really? Really? I can't fucking... Oh, you gotta be shitting me! Are you fucking serious? What if I put the corpse further away? Do I have to immediately deal with the corpse?
Too close.
Can't I deliver my shit before I deal?
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Before I deal with the corpse? Stay right here. I'll deal with you in a minute. Stay right here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Okay, fine.
ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed
Don't worry,
to
we're not gonna sleep with the corpse right up there. Although I'm kinda curious what's gonna happen. Oh, we're not gonna do that. We're just going to deliver the shit, and then we're going to deal with the corpse.
Sand Porter Bridges.
More trouble than it's worth. Okay, well, lesson learned. Deliver across the cargo, return lost cargo. Here you go.
Hey, Sam. Good to see you. Wow, this is way more than we expected. Thank you, Sam.
Have a chat? Yeah, a little story. He jumped on the bike 3 times. Dude wanted to die. Yes, that you see that little back and forth I had to do over there. That was him jumping on the bike. I tried to avoid him, but you know he was like, "Kill me, kill me," you know. There's nothing we could do. No, nothing we could do. Nothing at all. Yes. Nothing at all. My god, why do we get so few likes on completing these? Give me more likes, goddammit. Okay, this is gonna take a while. Let me run to the washroom real quick before we make a run for the incinerator. We're gonna have to put our distribution center upgrade plans on hold for a little bit while we deal with that motherfucker. Someone is in the toilet, so I guess no toilet for me. Gotta keep going. just I don't like to hold it in. Gonna just everyone in the damn house uses the toilet that's connected to my room. Even though we have 4 other toilets, everyone uses this one toilet.
Always a pleasure, Sam.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Let's see. Ooh, cargo for me? Analytical devices. Yeah, we'll offload that. All these metals and ceramics high density will deliver it to the distribution center later. For now, we've got shit we have to do. Thank you, whoever it is who returned the lost cargo. I appreciate it.
Hey, how's it going? Guys like you make me proud to be part of Bridges. Thank you, Sam.
God, how much does it take to max out this guy?
Always a pleasure, Sam.
Right, is there any reason to recycle? None whatsoever. I'm maxed out practically. So, all of those metals and stuff, put it into the private locker. There we go. What the hell does Omni Reflector boots? High price. Greater durability than the Bridges boots. Attracted a great deal of attention when first released. Special material used to make them. The boots cannot be fabricated using a chiral printer. Quintessential collector's item. Really? Oh. Even more powerful than bridge boots? I'm gonna put those in storage then. How's my level 1 boot? Pretty good for now. We'll keep using it. Put that in. I have a locker. Everything is good. Well, I really have to go to the washroom. Damn it. I'm gonna have to knock on the door. Okay, hang on a second. Chat. Let me go to the washroom real quick. I'll be right back. I really do need to go to the washroom. It's just number 1 though, so shouldn't take too long. I'll be right back. I'm gonna wake someone up so I can use the other bathroom. Harpy. Papa. Alright, let us get out of here. Ah! 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, let us go. We have a dead body to take care of. Hang on. Hi, Seiichi. Hi. Right. No, I think we have everything we need. Pneumatic grenades, ladder, and building material over there. Fine. We're leaving this behind so that we'll come and pick these up later. Alright, let's go. Let's go.
Pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
Hey, you.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Asshole. Who asked you to go and die, huh? Causing me so much trouble. Wait, what did I just do? I can carry these on my back? I thought I couldn't. I can't. Hang on. How much of this can I carry on my back? Not much, I'm guessing. Doesn't matter. We'll give it that later. This vehicle. Let's go. I've never actually been up to the incinerator here. Where is it? All the way over there. Behind the craftsman. Fuck. I guess we now know why the craftsman always has rain. Really? You want to attack me? I'm carrying a dead body, you assholes. We're approaching the crafter.
Good morning, Sam.
I'm gonna stop by the crafter to drop off some stuff.
Especially the bike.
Right. Right.
Let's see here.
We're gonna take some stuff with us, but not a lot.
How much can we carry on our back with the body there?
Ladder.
Anchor.
Can we carry more?
Ladder? No. We can only carry 2 tools on our back. Everything else has to go into storage.
Okay, all the rest. It'll be.
Do I put the... I should put the power skeleton into storage, shouldn't I?
That way.
Right, I should put the power skeleton into storage as well.
As well as the bowler gun. I don't think I'll need the bowler gun. Attached to suit, and a PPC attached to suit.
The rest will keep in storage.
We're going to offload the polybag for now while we put our bike into storage. Store vehicle. Thank you.
Storing vehicle. Land clear.
Let me see, was my stuff deposited in the private locker? Yes, it was.
Okay, good. Sleeper light, they're keeping you awake and you don't want me to wander.
Why?
What? What happened? Can't fall asleep? Aw.
Something wrong?
Oh.
Would
Would milk help? Or some, creamy soup or something? Anything warm?
I have coffee, that won't help you though.
Oh, I'm drinking coffee. Cream for everyone. Cheers. Hi. Spooters
I don't think spooters.
are keeping him awake. Are they keeping him awake?
You're close to resting but silent when you're awake.
Oh. What, voices in your head?
Wait, hang on.
I need a support skeleton.
I should fabricate a support skeleton.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Corpse detected. Please transport corpse to incinerator for immediate processing. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Security systems activated.
Let me... Aw.
Maybe. Hang on, let me
Fabricate equipment.
I do not have a support skeleton here, do I?
I don't. Right, so...
We'll fabricate a support skeleton here. We have plenty of materials.
That's fine. Fabricate, please.
Equipped.
Thank you.
So how my journey?
And baby. You feeling okay, baby? Come here, baby.
It's all good. It's all good.
I need you at your best. Just can't sleep right now.
Aww. Do you have anything you need to do later?
Answer? Any plans? Oh, that's not good, eh?
Ah, I see.
You fucked up your sleep schedule, huh?
Gotta drive out of town. Ah,
Try get whatever sleep you can,
at least 4 hours sleep.
so that you can complete one RAM cycle, you know? Okay.
Right.
Uh,
As I was saying,
let's go. We have
to dispose of this.
this asshole who, jumped under my bike's tires 3 times and got himself killed.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Don't you just hate it when people run in front of your bike and say, "Kill me, kill me,"
And then you try to avoid them, and then they jump under your tires.
3 times and then they die? I hate it when they do that. And this asshole went and, yeah, basically killed himself underneath my bike. So that's why we now have to transport his dead body to the incinerator.
Put you in a water container and shake me like that, baby, please.
Technically, the easiest way to do that is to sleep on a boat.
Boats are actually very comfortable to sleep in. And I don't mean like cruise ships, those are gigantic.
I mean, like,
Fishing boats, things like that.
the gentle rocking of the ocean is really nice.
Provided it doesn't make you seasick.
If it decided to get seasick, then you'll probably feel like hell, but
If you're okay with, you know, gentle rocking of ocean.
then it'll be very comfy.
There we go.
Someone has a bike over there.
Oh. Hi, Epic, welcome. How's it going?
Oh, I mean, if someone's donating a bike for me, then why not?
I'll take it.
I don't mind using and losing that bike.
Haven't
Two
been all the
wheels
way
up.
out here before, so I don't know how close that is to being.
Oh shit. It's raining, but
Could it be cheese? I don't know.
There we go.
oh, that's gonna take a bunch of resources to finish up.
Resources I don't have right now.
Can I load the body on the back of the bike?
I can.
Oh, that's gonna be so handy.
Okay, you stay on the bike.
Thank you, whoever it is who gave me this bike.
I appreciate it. I need to get all the way there. The incinerator.
I have no idea what's gonna happen over here. We're going into uncharted territory.
Oh shit. Oh shit, that's not good.
Alright then.
Is this so? This is gonna be a problem.
We're not carrying any important stuff though, so I don't mind if we get jumped.
A little bit. We just want to get past these motherfuckers. Come on. Come on.
There's a fucking
Thing back there, but I'm not gonna grab it now.
is it too dangerous?
Okay, whew. Give me that.
There we go.
Seems like there is a road network leading up to the
Incinerate, it's just that.
eventually someone's gonna have to rebuild it.
There we go. There we go.
None of this is complete in the slightest.
But on the other hand, it could just be
There we go.
that I haven't progressed in the story yet to see people's completion rates of this area.
Where are we going? Around here and then through there. Let's go. Okay, you right? Sure, I don't think that's how you fall asleep. I think that's how you die.
There we go. There we go.
Don't actually die.
There we go. Nice.
Another roll. Oh,
There we go.
That's also empty.
give me that. Okay. Almost there. I think I can see the incinerator. Or the chimney of the incinerator.
It's taking a lot longer because I'm stopping to collect all these fucking
Chiral crystals, but
There we go.
it's important to collect these. Approaching them is really annoyingly slow because I have to slow down when I want to pick any of these things up.
Because the button to pick those things up is the same button as the
dismount. Because it's a context sensitive button.
Nice.
And if I press the button while the bike is moving, I jump off the bike and hurt myself.
Just really annoying.
Hate context sensitive buttons.
You're fine.
There we go. There we go.
There's a Kyle crystals here. God damn it.
Yeah, like, you see that?
If I press the
button before I come to a complete stop, I just get off the bike. So annoying. Here's the incinerator.
There we go.
Let's get this body delivered.
Oh, God damn it.
Oh. Harpy deliveries. One dead asshole. Here. Creaming. There you go. This asshole who jumped onto my bike 3 times and killed himself. Causing me to go all the way out here to cremate him.
That's the story, Chad. Make sure to get it right. He definitely jumped under my bike 3 times.
You got that?
Right.
Let's get out of here. I'm surprised that it immediately signed BTs. The first time we did this part of the story, the game immediately surrounded us with BTs. But it didn't this time.
There we go.
Oh, I ain't complaining.
I might have to abandon this bike partway through because I don't think we have enough power
to get back. The rain is going to make things worse. Damn. Should I try to make a run for that data shard? scared. I'm not sure if I can get in and get out.
There we go. Nice.
I believe the data shot was in that building. Let's try to see if we can get it. Just get in and get out. No. Go, BB. That's the data shard. Oh fuck! Ah fuck! Okay. Oh god damn it! Really? Jacking me off already? Ah! Run! Fuck you, asshole! Get away from me! Baby, now's not the time! Yeah. Come on. Get the day shot and run. 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 Where the hell is he? He should be on top of me. Not that I mind if he's leaving me alone. Phew. Well, the bike is somewhere over there. Ain't my bike though, so I don't care. And we weren't really carrying anything important anyway, so oh well. Hee. Let's get back out of here. We'll go back to... We'll go back to Port City and stop by there for a little bit, rest up, and then we'll continue with our initial plan of delivering stuff to the distribution center.
There we go.
So you'll plot a course straight to the safe house. Right over there. That's where we're going. Chiralium over there. I'm seeing them on a map, but you're quite close. It's far there. Oh, don't mind if I do. Those are big notes. Thank you very much. save how we're going to. I'm going to stop by the craftsman first. I'm going to deposit this support skeleton in the craftsman.
Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
The craftsman will be kind of like a stop point before I
Sam Porter Bridges.
Make body deliveries to the incinerator. So it'll be a good place for me to stop, drop off some stuff, and pick up the support skeleton. We're gonna be coming back here on our way up to the distro center. But that'll be tomorrow. In-game wise. Goes. Else. Everything. Right, we have some stuff we should. We'll disassemble all of that back home.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Thank you for the safe house. This is useful. A lot of people seem to like this. Watch. Need my bike back, thank you. My private locker. Carry my bag. Carry my bag. Tool rack. Back. Back. Equip. Alright, look good. So this is almost like a post box, but even better. Interesting. Okay, let's get out of here.
Someone ditched hermetic grenades here. Strange place to put hermetic grenades. Doesn't seem like this would be a boss battle area.
Gonna deliver it. Maybe the owner is missing it. Fuck you assholes. I'm not going to jump underneath my bike 3 times this time. Fuck you. Fuck you. Right? Really? Oh.
My tracking appears to slow down whenever I'm on the bike.
That's strange. I'm going to assume it's because the game is taking all the resources. CPI stuff. Oh. Sorry about that. Here. I have no body. Let me fucking in. I wonder if I could actually jump the turnbuckle.
Replacement is advised.
Oh god. It takes forever to this thing to stop. Let us do some recycling. Some stuff that's on the verge of breaking. That's about to break. Those two are still fine. That's about to break. That's used. I'm covered. Please recycle this for me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your continued support.
Alright. Fabricate. I have an extra PPC, so I don't need to fabricate that. I do need to fabricate boot. Put it on. Thank you. And we're going to rest for a bit. Definitely need a shower after that encounter with the giant squid monster. Didn't get tentacled though, so
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
definitely need a shower.
Nice.
EX grenade number 1.
Let's get the entire animation. Alright. Get straight to the good bits. Now when can we get a nice shot of Fragile taking a shower like this? I know Fragile almost jump scared us earlier, but you know, it'd be nice to take a bath with Fragile. Or maybe Mama.
EX grenade number 0.
Alright. Did anybody send us some mail?
You did.
Power of music. Blah blah blah. New songs. Blah blah. Well, figure appealing. Oh, yes, this. Really? Ah. Just wants to make more music. Oh, I forgot to unlock this. We'll unlock it and read it later. It doesn't look like we have anything else already. Maybe. Are you gonna jump scare me? You ain't jump scaring me, right? Right? Okay. Good baby.
Boom.
Ooh. And you? Oh, fucky. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, look at this. New model. Toy social models. Yeah. Eat. Eat. Drink. I'm gonna drink water as well. Another one. Another one. Right. Let's get back to what we were doing. We got so rudely interrupted by that motherfucker who jumped under our bike tires 3 times and got himself killed. So let's get back out there. Nightmares and memories? We can revisit boss battles? Ooh. That's cool. It's actually pretty nice of them to allow us to revisit boss battles. Get out there. Okay. Livy bots available. Thank you. Yeah, the bot couldn't handle the journey. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine. So the bots can do every standard delivery for you. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. I need to start thinking about how I'm going to create a web of bots to make deliveries for me. Excuse me. Can use it to help me farm some reputation every now and then. Let's deposit the memory chip. Forgot to do that when I came here. I'll read it later.
What a wonderful gift. Thank you, Sam.
Thelma, original motion picture soundtrack. Thelma?
Thank you
The
for
hell
your
is that?
contribution.
Oh, gonna take on some standard orders ourselves. Supply requests. Deliver 2 blood bags. Why are people requesting blood bags? Blood bags are like the most generic resource ever. You can make your own blood bags. Why would anyone need blood bags? It's so strange. Oh. Urgent deliver pacemaker. Well, I'm not interested in doing more deliveries for that motherfucker. Instead we'll do anything that takes us out to the distribution center. Ceramics. I'll take that. Except plenty of blood bags in storage, so we'll just take out whatever we currently have in storage and go with that. Confirmed. We'll use my bike. Load up all on the trike. And from my private locker, put this in my pouch. 2 blood bags to be delivered to that person who requested it. Confirmed. Head out? Yes. Before I head out, let's see if there's any cargo heading towards the distro center. Engineer. Elder, craftsman. No, not. Nothing we need. Right. Let's get out there. We're gonna stop by the engineer and then stop by the craftsman. Pick up anything that's heading towards the distro center. And while we're at the engineer, send a bot heading back towards the port city so they can deliver some stuff for us. I'm really happy I built a bridge there. Seems to be really popular.
Beginning good morning, Sam. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Harpy deliveries.
All weapons will be locked.
Got any pickups heading for the distro center? There is. A delivery of metals. I'll take that. Load it all up in the trike. Oh, the trike is almost completely full up. Get out? Ish.
Order assigned.
Right. Now, any orders I can send. Wait, claim cargo. Anything heading towards the distro center. Crosswind, other. Lake North City. And these are all heading to the distro center. We'll claim all these. Okay, good. Right. I'll leave these for other people. Right. Now, we request bots. There's no deliveries heading back to the city. Right, well, maybe request a delivery from here. Or maybe here. We'll see what we can get. Right. Just get out of here. Let's fuel up. And right. You know, I suddenly feel like I'm starving. I mean, yeah, I did eat 12 hours ago, but it's weird. I don't normally feel like I'm starving like this after eating a heavy dinner. Strange. God, that's so noisy. Why is even causing all that noise? I don't remember the cart being that noisy. Fuck you. Fucking get the fuck out of my way, fucking rock. Who put a rock there? Asshole. Thank you for the refueling station.
Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
Oops, sorry. I see me hit the mic. Sorry about that, Jack. Let me fix the mic real quick. Hi. Harpy deliveries. Someone requested some blood bags here. Let's see here. Deliver requested supplies.
Delivering cargo.
I wonder if this is tied to an achievement. Just because people seem to be requesting this a lot. I'm gonna question it. Standard orders. Residents heading towards the distribution center, huh? They all have the same stuff. Oh, okay. We'll pick up some resin. Confirmed. Slow down to the bike. can't load it onto the bike. Can I load this on? I can. I carry these on my back then. Right.
Order assigned.
What can the bot do for me? Man, fuck the other. We still want to increase our rep with the port city, so... Bot, if you could, please deliver this model weapon to the Lake Knot City.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
The bots sing while they travel. It's kind of cute, actually. Right, let's go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Yeah, I hope in Stranding 2 they work on the physics, because the physics of this game is really jank. Oh, specifically the vehicle physics. That's super jank. Someone left their bike here. Oh. Hang on a second. I see that. I need those ceramics. Oh, god damn it. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I just want to pick these up. There we go. Thank you.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges. Verifying ID.
How much that could be completed? Oh, we'll complete it later.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Decontaminated. Safe travel to Sand Port Bridges.
I'll complete it right now, actually, but we'll deliver the goods first and see what we do about that in a minute. Recycle this place. Nothing else needs to be recycled as of now.
Thank you for your continued support.
Make deliveries. I have a bunch of stuff for you. Harpy deliveries. Here you go.
So you made it.
bet your body's aching after carrying all that.
Not really. I kind of drove here. Okay, I am kind of eager to see what the next unlock is, so let's do the next unlock, shall we? Next story unlock. Ceramics have been buffed, and I also got likes. Thank you. Okay, give me all them likes. S-Rank, everything S-Rank. Come on, come on. Gimme. Give me that S-Rank. I went and got all this stuff for you. I mean, yeah, I didn't go the shortest route, but that's fine. I made sure to be efficient. Got so much stuff. Vehicle. This is the guy who gives vehicle color data. Oh, okay. I thought it was the port CD, but I guess not. Okay. I wonder what his next unlock is. And what this gives vehicle color data. There's always another unlock at 4th level. Kinda curious. You know, my biggest worry is that Kylon's name is going to be different for me due to the fact that he's on Steam and I'm on Epic. Because my name in this game is Sugar and Mocha. I do see that, but I've been seeing a lot of people whose names are just letter star 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 star. As if it's censored or couldn't be displayed properly. Here's a curio, however. Oh, new challenge. Carry more cargo? What challenge? What challenge is there? Is that a fucking bazooka? There's a bazooka on the portrait, isn't it? It looks like a bazooka.
Well, take care of yourself.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery.
Alright, let's complete that road, shall we? Before we take on the next mission. Let's see. We need 530 metals and 790 ceramics. It's gonna be hard to get exact numbers, but oh well. Nothing we can do about it. Need 530 metals, so we'll just get one of these, and one of this, and then 600 and how much? 690 ceramics, was it? I think that was how much I needed. I'll take 2 of these just in case. Can't remember how much I needed. Load all onto the bike, please. Thank you. Let me get a quick delivery out.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
Oh my god, look at all that rocky terrain. Yeah, we definitely want to get this road built. Let's see here. Metals. It's over by 20, but nothing we can do about that. Shit. We're short 70. Fuck. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get 80 ceramics.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Safe travels. Welcome. Sam Porter Bridge. Safe travels.
Hey, I need 80 more ceramics. Okay. Let's get out there.
Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
If we don't have a road, that terrain is gonna be impossible to deal with.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright. Yep. Just a little over, but nothing we can do about it, like I mentioned. And donate Kairos, there we go. Now, give me a roll. The road terminates in the middle of fucking nowhere. Just going. We're gonna need to fucking get more stuff, aren't we? Hang on a second. That's the next builder. Over there. How much do we need? And can we contribute? That is outside the area of influence, which means it's empty for now. If I want to build that up, I have to sacrifice a lot more materials than I need to, so we're not gonna build that up. We'll see if we can make the delivery without building up that area. Hang on a second.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
There's a metal crate out there. I'm gonna grab it and recycle it. There's also a...
Weapons restrictions lifted.
There's also something I'm supposed to do, right? I'm supposed to retrieve something from around here. So, how can I do that? There's a mission around here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked. All clear. Welcome. Decontaminating. Safe travel. All clear. Safe travels. Sam Porter Bridges.
Seriously, it takes way too long for the bike to slow down. Right. So things we're gonna do first. Recycle that. We need all the metal we can get. Yeah, for garbage. Although ceramics is really low as well. We'll worry about that later, I guess. We can do something about it. But now there's something I want to do. Change color scheme. There we go. Now we can change the colors. What's the subcolor? Ah, I see. Hmm. That's a good color combination. It's probably the best I can use right now. Yeah, I now have my own customized bike.
Thank you for your contribution.
But I might be storing the bike because let's see, there's a mission here. Let's see, orders for Sam. Recover a chip engraved with a mysterious symbol. Yeah, it's really nearby, so we'll just take this first. I don't think we need to do anything for now. Start a vehicle. We'll go on foot. Alright, let's get whatever that chip is.
Safe travel. Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
Oh, that is a very weird crevasse. Oh. I'll explore it slowly.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Who the hell is the film director? I see the chip though. And there's a climbing stake over there, so let's go. We can also find out who the film director is.
Almost there.
I'm not seeing any. It's on a ledge. Oh. alternatively, we can just climb down, grab that film director thing, and get back up. I have no idea who or where the film director is. Guess we'll find out eventually. Ooh. I said, like, goddammit, there you go.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you.
Something for some guy named the film director.
There we go.
Oh, he's over there. How far off is he? Not too far. Ah. Okay, you know what? We'll make a delivery to the film director. Why not? Have some of this stuff. This ladder is interesting. That doesn't seem very safe. Yeah, I'm not going to use this ladder. Just climb out manually. This seems a lot safer. You know, Chad.
Nice.
Walking like this actually allows me to chill and relax to you guys a lot better than driving. Recently, the last couple of days, I've been
There we go.
watching a lot of EVE Online stuff again. You guys know EVE Online? I see most of you guys know what EVE Online is. But have you guys ever played EVE Online? Out of curiosity. I played EVE Online many years ago. And I gotta tell you, it's an experience like no other. Truly amazing. Oh god, that is a mule truck. Guess it was only a matter of time until I encountered mule trucks, but still. Ah. So that's mule territory, huh? Can we avoid them to get to the collector? Hopefully we can. Oh fuck! Oh come on! Really? That wasn't a jumpable? Seriously? How the hell was that not a jumpable? Fucking... Yeah, I call bullshit. I call fucking bullshit on that. Fucking hell. Yeah, show me up, bud. Okay. Was the cargo destroyed? Alright, not too bad. I call bullshit. I call bullshit. How did I fucking die by dropping down here? Come on! You gotta be fucking shitting me. To get back across. Or put on another to get across this. Fucking hell. Actually no, this one I can just go around. Thank God. There's a new boat there, but it's not moving. The ceramic is moving. How did I get down? Was I supposed to walk down the crevasse? I was, wasn't I? Yeah, I was. Damn. Can I climb down here? I can. Right, I'm gonna do that. Let us... Okay, here's the question. Do I face away from the hole to plant my climbing stick, or do I face towards the hole to plant my climbing stick to make sure that it always ends up on the right side? I don't know. Oh. Right, put down. Now what? I don't know how to get to him. He appears to be above me somewhat. Where's the entrance? Are you guys really gonna come after me? Yeah, you are. Oh, fucking damn it. Fuck off, assholes. How do I get to him? He's in the wall somehow. Are you seriously chasing me? Leave me the fuck alone. Okay. Fuck you. Fuck you. Kick. And kick. Fuck you, assholes. Who's next? Anyone else? People trying to chase me from above. Oh. how to get to that guy. Is there a hole I have to drop down through? Oh. Yeah, I see you. Come on. What the hell are you aiming at? Hi. Fuck you! Kick! And... kick! Fuck you. Oh wow. People all over. I'm not gonna be able to explore this properly until I neutralize these assholes, so... fuck you! Hehe. You next, come on. Oh god damn it. Oh. Really? Fuck you. Bonk. How the hell did my fucking shit get damaged? All I did was bump the fucking wall. Ugh. Is it down here? It's down here. How do I get down? Just jump, I guess. Oh, that guy. Is he gonna come to me or no? I'm not sure. I'm gonna take the resources that are important. Yeah. You wanna fight? I'm over here. Oh god! Really? That's more? Shit, I can't. Oh boy. Come on, you want to get to me, you have to go around. Come on. Come on. Fuck you. Alright, he's up. Fuck you. Kick. Any more? No? Alright, let me see what you guys got. Some metals. Ceramics. PPC. Ooh, I'll take one of those. A ladder. What did I do? Resins. Yeah, that'll be. So yeah. Film director's down here. I guess we drop down. What? Really? 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 That did damage? Are you serious?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected.
Come here, baby. Come here. Come here.
Until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter.
Baby, calm, quiet down, quiet down. This is the one guy out. Oh, what happened to my cargo? How much damage did it take from the tiny ass drop? Fuck. Oh. Hello? Mr. Director? I don't know who the hell you are, but, oh, fuck. In order to make contact with him, I have to get his fucking consoles, really? Okay, fine. We'll drop all of this off here for now. And... we'll deal with those later. I swear, this is such a long fucking detour. Well, we ended up clearing a whole bunch of those mules anyway, so might as well, right? Might as well. Let's go.
Order assigned. Weapons restrictions.
There is no way for us to safely get down from here. Oh, this is annoying. And that asshole is still running around. Alright, let us put on another climbing anchor. And I'll put down a climbing anchor here at all. Here. All to do. Let's get up and over. I don't know if there's an end to this crevasse. Does it empty out later? No, it doesn't. It empties out way over there. Yeah, we don't want to go all the way over there. We need to head into the territory here, so let's climb up. It's annoying that we need to do that one quest for these guys before they'll even accept packages that we have for them. Where the hell did you three come from? Oh god! Whoa! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh! Oh god. Fuck you. No. Bitch. Okay, we have to jump. Are you causing them to spawn? I don't know, but you're gonna die, motherfucker. Oh, hang. Fucking hell. Yep. Which ladder? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Die! Come on! Fucking die, bitch! Die! Ugh. Yeah, fuck you too. Well, fucking... Come on, get onto the ladder, please. Get onto the fucking ladder. Thank you. Let's go before anything else happens. God damn. You have a truck. Might capture that. Well, we'll see what happens. Is that another truck? Might be another truck. I don't know what that is. Is that a truck or no? Oh. What is that? It is a truck. Oh, he sees me fall from all the way over there. Okay. Wait, did he forget about me? He's like, I forgot about me. We can use bondage. Let's use bondage. Come on. 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 Bondage! Give me that. It's been a while since I've been able to use bondage. Wait, he saw something. He's running. Fuck. Is he going to his friend? Are we going to his friend? Which means we have to take him out. Fuck you! Come here. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Kick! Asshole. insane how far these guys can spot stuff. Look at that. Bondage time. Come on. Bondage time. Fucking bondage time. Come on. Bondage! Wait, fuck! He's running to his friend. Fuck! I have to stop him! Shit. Fuck you! Fuck you! Kick. Fucking stay down, assholes. Have I killed every motherfucker there is here yet? No? Well, fuck you, game. I need a climbing anchor. We'll also use a truck to help us. You're back? Welcome back. How goes the story? Slow. We got distracted by a side quest to meet the film director. So, we're now in the middle of attacking this new base for resources. 2 out of 3? Where's the... Where's the third one? There's only 2 out of 3 here. Oh. The third one might still be somewhere else. Not going to grab these. I don't care about this. These are the best source of resources. Yeah, although... Here's the last one. The last one is at a different fucking location. Oh well. I have a truck. I'll take the truck. I don't like these gaps. I kind of walked off a gap and died last time. Yeah. It's still... That's not rusty. Is that rusty? Yeah, that's rusty. Oh, that's so tight. Hang on. What if we go try to put on that ladder bridge someplace where it's narrow so it's safer? I don't trust that. Like over here, for instance. Fuck you. You're fine. Okay. Yeah, I fell off a gap like this and I fucking died, so... I want to risk it. It's gonna... There we go. Wait, what do you have for me? Recommend. Got console. Highbound Springs meant for the distribution center. We'll take that. Nothing else, huh? Bye. I need to jump in that. Okay, you didn't. Well, apparently you can jump the ledge, but if you fail, you fall and kinda instantly die. So yeah, not worth it, in my opinion. Hang on, which at bowler gun? Torak, please. Right. Now we need to get back to the film director. Where the fuck is he? There. Oh my god, more? How many of you assholes are there? Oh my fucking god, really? They respawn! How am I supposed to take out that many of them? Shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh! Fuck. Oh! Ah! Ah! No! Yeah! Where the hell did you guys come from? Yeah! Yeah! Fuck you! No! No! Fuck you! I only have 3 shots left! Fuck you! Fuck you! Ah! Yeah? Fuck you, bitch! Kick! Fuck you! Kick! Ah! God damn it! Hang on! Ah! Fucking bitch!
Damn, I'm beat.
Oh my fucking god! Come on, get up. before anything else fucking happens. Ugh. I have no idea where those motherfuckers came from. Like, fucking hell, that was bullshit. Fucking BS. Bullshit. Bullshit fucking shit. Bloody hell. Ugh. Can I even make this jump with the truck? Let's try. Did it. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Kylon. Kylon, you're still there? One of these motherfucking mules, decided to kill himself. By running underneath my bike 3 times. So I had to learn how to disintegrate bodies. That was fun. Not really. Anything else we want to bring? Do I want to store materials here? Nah. Better to store materials in the distribution center. Distribution center has really low materials right now, so yeah, we'll start at the distro center. Although distro center can take deliveries. No, you know what? We'll store these here. We'll leave this in the truck because we'll be trying this back. See, actually dead, or unconscious? Actually dead. I had to go all the way to an incinerator to disintegrate him. Motherfucker. Jumped under my bike 3 times. Bloody hell.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile
Tried to avoid him, but no! He went and jumped under my bike 3 times. Chat. Yeah, like if people are here, they made sure they got the story right. I mean, they'll be able to vouch for me, yes. Not my fault that he died because he jumped under me 3 times. Right, chat? Right? Definitely not my fault. Where will the car go? Have to take care of the body, or else reload. Yeah, dispose the body right away, basically. Do you get a game over if you fail to dispose of the body?
Hello?
Who the hell are you?
Oh, a delivery. Oh, you certainly aim to impress, don't you? If there was such a thing as a Porter honor roll, your name would surely be at the top.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. He ran under my bike 3 times. while he was unconscious. I'm sure you guys will agree it's definitely his fault. Chat, not mine. Sometimes people just really, really want to die, you know? They'll be like, kill me! And jump in front of your bike, and then you run them over, and they fall unconscious, but they're still like, kill me! And then, even though they're unconscious, they still somehow end up underneath your bike. It's really annoying. Don't you agree? When people do that? So annoying. A rank for bot delivery, thank you. Maybe I was going for insurance fraud. Yeah, triple insurance fraud apparently. He needed to get run over 3 times. But then he died, so, yeah. Reporters can match your talent field. Ooh, nice.
Should I require your services again, I will contact you.
What? That's it?
Good work. New order.
Can I not? Can I not deliver lost cargo here? Yeah, this is all for you. Why can't I deliver this shit? Excuse me? Excuse me, Gabe? Oi! Oi! I have shit for you! Are you fucking... Are you fucking serious? You want me to go all the way to the distro center and then come back? How much shit? Okay, a board game is at least easy, but what else? Old magazines? Well, we aim to please, right, chat? Right? We aim to fucking please. These go into storage. We can't deliver them now, so we'll offload them and we'll deliver them later. All of these also go into storage. We'll be depositing these later. Actually, we'll take most of these with us. We'll leave the small ones here. Going to the game center, going to game center. I have a locker. Yeah, these will deposit. Head out. If you build the roads, it's pretty easy. I'm waiting until I can get help with building the roads before I build the roads. Because otherwise it takes so much fucking resources. You know what? I'm not gonna care. Not gonna fucking care. Go down to the truck. Grab this. Load all of that onto the truck. Safer on the truck. Oops. Excuse me. Load the empty climbing anchors onto the truck. Right.
Let's roll.
That's one of those motherfuckers. Are you going to jump under my truck again? No? Okay. I massively prefer driving trucks over bikes, to be honest. Trucks are more my thing. Oh, come on. Fucking. Come on, get up there. Come on. Come on. There we go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Let's recharge real quick.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, buddy. You're on electricity fire right now.
Decontaminating soup. Safe travels. Welcome. Safe travels. Transporter bridges.
I'll park our car here. We're gonna rest out before we go again, because after the nonsense we definitely need to rest up. Cargo for certain standard orders. What? Ah. Okay, we'll do that in a moment. Yeah, I know. Recycle. Ceramics. Recycle climbing anchor. Recycle level 2 bowler gun. Recycle blood bag. We're full on resin, but doesn't matter. Right. Recycle all that for me, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your continued support.
Oh. Yeah, I know. I fucking know. High protein edible plants, really? Why not? Only takes 15 minutes. Go. Deliver that while I take a break. Short break. Well, that Mr. Back.
Thank you for your contribution.
Shut the fuck up!
Thank you kindly, Sam. I'll treasure it.
Triumph Bonville Bopper. The fuck is that?
Thank you for your contribution.
Shut up! The requested cargo. Yes, please. Fine.
Everything all right, Sam?
Mm-hmm. Here's your data chip.
Not seeing too much damage here.
Yeah, we ran into a little bit of a problem. Some real problems. Like 50 of them. Upgraded, you can now choose to have your objective marker displayed at all times. Choose whether or not it will be displayed all the time. Enabling never hide setting will drain Sam's battery. Really? That's a weird way to handle objective marker always displayed, but fine. Oh, at least I got answering for this. Yeah, don't worry. I'll make sure to give him some private service after Planet A. Gotta get that answering right, chat. Okay. Deliver a special package directly from me. With my compliments.
Oh yeah, I got something for you.
Oh?
Hope you find a use for it.
Oh, a toy? What's that? Hmm? The hell's that? Ooh, face pattern.
Well, take care of yourself.
I'm not done yet. Come back here. God damn it, shut the fuck up! Alright, I think I have everything here for now. We need one more ladder, right? Yeah, we need a ladder, so let us build a ladder. Go away! I'm not gonna do that right now! Need a ladder, please? Confirm. God! Leave me the fuck alone! I wanna sleep.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Alright, let me go to the washroom real quick. I'll BRB. I'll take one more break and then we'll enter the final hour to the stream. Like I mentioned here, we're not gonna go crazy again. 12-hour stream by today. It will just be about 8 to 9 hour stream. And then we'll call it a night. I'm gonna relax. made some pretty good progress today so far, but yeah, we're going to now. Yes, I know. Let me go, and then I'll send you there too. Actually, you know what? Let me send you there. Oh, I'm ready to go myself. Right. X-ray number 1. Use toilet. Okay, BRB.
Nice.
EX grenade number 2.
Coming, Chad. Coming. I'm coming. Coming. I'm here. I'm here. Alright. Did I miss any new cutscene? Also, wait. Brilliant. It'd be annoying if the game suddenly introduced a new cutscene for shitting. The one time I decided to go to this room at the same time. Of course, there's still a chance of jump scare when we go say hi to Baby. Because Baby is now starting to jump scare, which is not nice. Not nice when you jump scares, Baby. Are you gonna jump scare, I guess? Baby? Baby? No? No jump scare?
Hey, baby.
Oh, okay. Good baby. No jump scare. Hang on. Something isn't right. Hang on, my tracking is giving me issues again. Why is this thing so inconsistent? Wait, why? Something's wrong. Something is wrong with my tracking, guys. Hang on a second. Let me a second. I'm experiencing some technical difficulties. Oh yeah, my webcam appears to be dying. Hang on, let me try to test this. Is my webcam actually dying? No, my webcam isn't dying. I think my computer is just struggling to deal with all the shit I'm doing. Yeah, my computer is struggling to handle everything at the same time. Game tracking and all that. That's likely CPU bottleneck, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well, nothing I can do about it. Let me see if shutting this down will help. A little bit, but oh, it's fine though. There's a little sluggishness in the tracking won't kill us. Let's see, what mail do we have? It is Sam. You beat the mule, Sam. You killed the ball, Sam. Kill the ball. What are you going to do? I kill someone and there's another creature to deal with. You did it, but I'm grateful. I mean, sometimes, you know, sometimes people just jump under your wheels repeatedly. You have no clue who I am, but I know you, Sam. You are Sam. Sam, I'm not. Sam the man, Mono. You have the chip. That I know. That and a bridge. Sam Potter Bridges. These bridges use the data on the chip to activate my systems to wake my ass up. Oh god, is this Keanu? This is not my world, Sam. What is my world? What am I? It isn't me. If that computes, do you know what it feels like? I feel like someone crawled inside, slaughtered into my skull, took a bat to my bites. My memory is wiped, broken. I don't know. I can't remember. Don't recall. But bitchin' won't make it better. Name recall entity. Let's call me J. The letter I keep retrieving. It pops up in my archives. J. J means something, right? Like the V on the chip. A link to home. V. Home. Home sweet home. Mikasa is Sukasa. Keanu voice. This is the closest I can get to a Keanu voice other than dude, bro, sweet, bro. You know, the other Keanu voice, the only other Keanu voice is got. I've got to get the real me back, Sam, bro. I need more data, bro. I need more chips. And if I think, then I'm thinking you're the only one around here I can count on to help me get the job done, bro. Help me, bro. Sweet, bro. If you help me, bro, I'll help you, bro. I have something for you, bro. That's the only other voice Keanu said other than I'll hook you up with these face factor, bruh. Then didn't already have that. Sam, bonafide Valentina, bruh. With the ladies, alright, bruh. Sam Partina, bruh. I'm fine. If that's not good enough for you, well, the deal. I will sweeten the deal. I scanned. I saw the chip you found and data on cyberware tech. I use it to prep a software upgrade for your compass. Well, maybe not. It wasn't all me. Your systems did the heavy lifting. Like they knew. They knew how to make the most of it. Fuck if I know. I don't know how all this shit works. Maybe it was just meant to be. Anyway, you don't gotta worry about losing sight of your destination when making deliveries. Not now. Now you can set it so it's on always. Open a compass mode and focus on your destination marker to give it a try. Here's the pitch. Sam Porter Bridges. Find me more chips. For me, for you. Sam, I don't know. You never know. Can't know what are the goodies you might get out of it, you know? If this have things called magazines, blah 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 blah. Father collected, no, editor of popular magazine, blah 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 blah. Print, last editor in chief. Okay. Administration. I apologize. I have faster coming obsolete. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't care. Okay. Any chips? We got another bike. Bone wheel bobber. American. Oh, it's English. An English bike. Anybody like bikes? Soundtrack to the Norwegian horror movie Thelma. Joachim Trier, distant relative of Danish genius Lars von Trier. Thelma, the titular character, is a young woman raised by a strict family. When she falls in love for the first time, a power that lay dormant within her is unleashed. It's a film that captures the heart, being filled with the beauty, the sadness, and the fear that comes with loving someone, with trying to connect to someone. Thelma is all about what it means to connect, and what it means to sever connection. But she has the power to do shit with snakes? Go for the face paint on here. That's unfortunate. Oh, more water. Been coughing a lot lately. Over the entire month. The thing is, I started coughing before Chinese New Year, so I thought it's Corona. Maybe a coffee like green bar, everyone. Yes. I don't know. I'm going to assume that V's face paint is eyewear. So let's try it out. We'll go outside and try it out. Let's go. We have a delivery to make back at the film center. Oh. Are we gonna need a cutscene? No. Back to the same as before.
Sorry about the mess. I got caught in the rain. Oops. Didn't mean to give you a shower. Tried waiting it out, but when I checked the time... I'm sorry. Should have come sooner. I got rain in my eyes. Just give me a minute.
I think I'm slowly piecing together what the exact timeline is of these memories I'm getting. terminal. Yeah, shut the fuck up. All magazines. Load those onto the truck, thank you. Store that in a utility pouch. Don't really need anything else for now. Everything's all good. Confirmed. Any no standard orders, really? Alpha Sam. Delivers for Sam, but that's all the way over there. Also have completed, thank you. Maybe eventually there'll be a bot that can deliver from the movie guide to this place. Oh, thank you for the likes. I wonder why I'm getting the likes even though the bot did the delivering. But maybe it's because I opened up the pathway for the bot. Okay. Alright, nothing else to do? Right, let us grab the truck and head back out. Man, I can't wait until I can get my own truck.
Have a pleasant safe travels.
Truck is so much better than fucking bikes.
Weapons restrictions.
I feel a lot more comfortable driving over this with a bike. I mean with a truck better than a bike. Come on. Come on. There we go. Thank you for the bridge. Just because you have Horizon. Fuck you, I'm not gonna give you a like. Fuck that shit. Someone dropped a custom hermetic grenade over there. Let's go and give it back to them. This is the mine. This is going to be delivered. Right. Now I have to get here. Available quick hacks, really? Never hide. Oh, that's handy. It drains my battery though. Oh. Jump! It's fine. It's fine, chat. We're fine. We're fine. We're just gonna have to abandon the truck down here later, I guess. Oh god. Fuck. Where's my rope? It's over there. God damn it. Fucking hell. Yeah. Whoa. You think there's a way up? Too much fun. Fuck that shit. Okay. Grab the goods. get out of here. Come on. Oh, come on. Get up there.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified.
Harpy deliveries. Welcome. I mean, not welcome. Hi.
Delivering cargo.
Well, if it isn't Sam Bridges. Very good. Very good. Oh, you certainly aim to impress, don't you? If there was such a thing as a Porter honor roll, your name would surely be at the top. I suppose you've piqued my interest in the outside world somewhat. However, as I still have reservations concerning the UCA, I'd prefer to enter into a contract for the time being. I trust that won't be a problem?
Wait, how long was I muted? Fuck. Fuck. How long was I muted, chat? God damn it. I don't know how long I was muted. Fuck. Ugh. Okay, who the hell are you? That's definitely someone. Only a few minutes, okay. Ah, maybe just when I coughed earlier. Oh. Who the hell are you?
Excellent. I will be sure to test the connection shortly. I knew I was right to call on you. Take care. I'll be in touch.
He's definitely another reference.
New order available.
There's no
Please
way.
access delivery terminal for further information.
There's no way that guy is not a reference. Since after you fell in. Probably when I coughed. Sorry, chat. Let us make the lost cargo deliveries. Whoever this grenade belongs to, it's now going to be here, Tiva. Evil Kazu Hamamura, former weekly from its chief editor, now president of Enterbrain. What's Enterbrain? Is there a film company of sorts? It barely gave me any likes, what the fuck? Give me more likes, motherfucker. You fucking stingy asshole. Actually, okay, sorry, chat. I had to adjust my mic a little bit. Let me get this a bit higher. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Interpreting Japanese popular version of Kadokawa. Oh, wow, part of Kadokawa. ASCII film. Interesting. So he's actually a film guy. Huh. Okay, hang on, I'm not done with you yet. Can I recycle some materials for you? Right. Deposit these metals and ceramics. I'm gonna drop off chiral stuff. You don't need chiral. I need chiral.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you for your continued support.
Right. Stuff? Now what do you have for me? We cover action games, really? Level all the way back to Lake North City. He wants me to attack the mules again. Could give it a shot. I don't know if the mules immediately come back after you sleep. Oh. Can I get the bottle of this? I can. "45 minutes, huh?" Alright, bot, please deliver that for me.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Meanwhile, I'm going to deal with another attack into mule base. You just want to come back, but usually not after sleeping once. Come back for a mission that requires it. Well, time to find out if these respawn meals. Let's go. Since selected game accept order. Yeah, since we're about to attack meals, we're going to grab another weapon.
Order assigned.
Ah, shit. Oh, I can't fabricate equipment here. Damn. I was hoping to fabricate something. Oh, this doesn't matter. Ooh, ceramics. You know what? I'm going to offload that and immediately deposit it. This place needs a lot more ceramics. Go. Yeah, fuck off, bitches. Right. We'll have to make do with what we have.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Those don't appear to be moving, but let's see what happens when we get up. Okay. All the player structures should be able to help me now.
Well, those mules that I
put to sleep are still there, so
maybe the mules didn't regenerate?
at least I hope they didn't.
Ceramic over there.
I want that. There's a misstep in the middle of all the fighting.
I don't know how this guy hasn't fallen off the cliff yet.
Ah. Need to very carefully get on. There we go.
You know, I heard these Omni reflector boots are supposed to be better.
How about we put on a pair? My boots now. Two locations. Alright.
Those are really strong.
Oh, we can only get them from mules.
We won't rely too much on them then, since we can only get them from mules.
And I'm not gonna carry more than one, because if I do,
I'm gonna start hoarding them.
There we go.
like every time I return back to any base,
I'll immediately deposit the Omni reflector boots and
use normal breeches boots. I'm a hoarder that way. Can't stand it. Any?
ooh, resins. Nah, resins we don't need.
Nice.
Tactical action games, huh?
Are we stealing back Metal Gear Solid?
It'd be cute if we were stealing back Metal Gear Solid. Why am I seeing stuff inside the rock face? And it's not moving. Not sure what that's about. Command. Elegant pen. Yeah, fuck you. Don't care about you, old man. I guess we're good to go back.
There we go.
You know what? I'll just donate this. I wonder if people have set up a more permanent way to get up from there, because getting up from there is really annoying. And scary. Jumping that hall, scary. Scared that I'm going to fall off every time. Oh. Tomiko. You know, it'd be really nice if you built your base at a more accessible location and not immediately outside a fucking new zone.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Happy deliveries. Someone ordered some tactical action games stolen from the mules.
Delivering cargo.
Ah, we meet again. Oh, you certainly aim to impress, don't you? If there was such a thing as a Porter honor roll, your name would surely be at the top.
Is that the only line you have? Pretty straightforward. Maxing this guy is gonna take a while.
I knew I was right to call on you. Take care. I'll be in touch.
Good work.
No deliveries? Nope. Nothing we can do for now. Well, let's head back. Let's see. We will head back to the distro center and then do one more story mission. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do one more story mission at the distro center. And then we'll call it a stream, chat.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Let's get back up there. Wait, hang on. I almost forgot. Something I want to drop off here.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
I forgot to recycle this here. There you go, put this to good use, please. Yeah. Fuck off. Hi.
Thank you for your contribution.
Now we head back to Distro Center and start mission time. That guy's gonna fall off. And when he falls off, he's gonna die. And when he dies, it won't be my fault. Gimme. You too. Gimme.
Nice.
Sarcas, whatever. Oh. People. Container repair spray and smoke emitting decoy.
Anybody hear me?
Hi.
There we go.
Come on. I don't know who lost that container repair spray, but I'm gonna give it back to you. Come on. Come on. People are losing a lot of shit here. I wonder why that is. Oh. Come on. They're coming home. Yeah, this terrain is awful. Walking out cops everywhere. I know eventually we're going to build out the highway, but for now, I have not spotted the next builder yet. I don't know if I can build it out. Oh.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Someone
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
liked my trail, really? Huh.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Safe travels.
Here we are. Let's turn in the lost cargo. Someone lost a container repair spray out there. Please return this to its owner. do I have? Stranding text. None of those I want to do. Anything I need to recycle? No. All good here. Right, last story order for today. We need to head out to the weather station. Carhelium gauge delivery. I don't know what we're gonna need to traverse that. It's gonna be very inhospitable, it seems. Oops. Oh yeah. I don't think we're gonna be able to use a bike for this. So leave the bike at home. We'll walk. Nice leisurely stroll as the final delivery. Let me speed run to the toilet before we do this. I'll be right back, chat. Speed run. Or alternatively, what I could do is bring the bike as far as it will go, park it in a safe house if I can find one, and then walk the remainder on foot. You know what? Maybe I should do it. Maybe I should just... Or you know what? You know what I could do? You know what I could do, chat? I have a better idea. I am going to use one of these things. You see all these? Oh, excuse me. You see all these bikes that other people have made available? Just gonna use one of them. Gonna use one of these bikes to get me partway. And I don't care if I dump these bikes. Bar device, yeah, bar.
Order assigned.
Let's go. I will remember this sacrifice. God, that thing is fucking terrifying. It's a Half-Life thing, isn't it? I could complete this right now. You know, I'll do it. I'll complete this. Okay, what do we need? We need, we need 790 metals. And 1,190 ceramic. Let's complete it. After we're done with this, I'm definitely going to have to do a lot of grinding to restock that.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying decontaminating city. All clear. Safe travel. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Let's see, you have some metals. Thank you. I definitely appreciate that. Offload. Recycle. Confirm. Now claim materials. How much ceramics I needed? 1,190, wasn't it? So ceramics are going to be a problem. Oh boy, this is a heavy load. Gonna use that bike to chop it off.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay, hopefully I calculated this right. Let's go.
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh.
Someone's happy.
Alright, perfect. Just 10 over on each, but there's nothing I can do about that. Perfect. We have a new road. This may or may not make things easier. Let's see. Although if I want more ceramics, I'm gonna have to source it from further away, which is annoying, but it goes over the river. Good. You get lights for putting down this generator. Thank you.
Luckily you don't fall over when you bike.
Yeah.
The stuff can still get knocked off your back, but you don't fall over.
Having lots of the time. I don't know how it calculates who's the major contributor to the road being completed.
Also, how am... Oh!
Oh, I get it.
So the names on the road are people who built up the road.
So because of this now, my name is also on the road.
Oh, that's so
nice. Oh, that's cool.
Uh-oh. Is there another constructor? There is. Well, if I want to build that, I have to... Fuck.
I have to source materials from elsewhere.
Yeah, look for your name there.
I'll try to see if I can find you.
I don't know if I can, but I'll try to see if I can find you. Everyone would build up the road to so.
And it only shows a certain number of people. Certain number of names on the road, so
it's unlikely I will run into your name, but I'll
just hope that eventually I'll find you somewhere. Somewhere out here in the universe.
Is the next builder way over there? Feels like there's a builder missing here.
There we go.
Oh god. Fuck.
Damn it.
Okay.
Time to go on foot.
This terrain is not possible with bike.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, this is good. This is a good.
That ladder
is an awful build spot.
Dismantle that.
There's going to be fucking monsters directly above that.
Okay, how do I want to do this?
We could go around. Follow the ridge line. Get to the water over here. And then follow the river up.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
We'll go around. Because it's clear that there's ETs up there.
Yeah, we're avoiding the BTs for now.
Want to tangle with them? I don't care if this makes us spend more time in the rain. We also never drive to beachy country. Interesting. Now I'm going to touch base at the builder. Eventually I'm gonna want to come back here and deliver materials. And deliver 9.
Okay.
9,060. 960 metals and 1,280.
Keep on keeping on.
80, what the fuck? The third, I've forgotten the name.
There we go.
Of the third resource, but you guys know what it is. I need to commit that to memory.
There we go.
Oh, this rain is going to destroy all my equipment. That's not ideal.
That's a big one.
Give me that.
There we go.
You too.
Nice.
Fine. Okay, we're coming up to the creek. Looks like the creek represents the barrier. Give me that, thank you. Yes. Show me where there is at all times, please.
There we go.
Some metals, but too far.
Walk
I'm not gonna divert to get those. You can get that.
Nice.
It seems like a dirt road. Let's follow it. What's this?
There we go.
Oh, this place looks cool.
There we go.
Lots of Kyrillian. deposit, but oh well.
There we go.
It almost looks like a telescope.
There we go.
That metal will pick up. Oh. I wonder what that does. They're probably gonna explain it to us.
There we go. There we go.
That's the metal. Oh, this is definitely a third path leading up. I just realized maybe the collector is not the film director. They wouldn't change the name, which means that there's going to be a film director somewhere out there. I haven't found yet. Who the hell's the film director? Oh, we'll worry about that later. Harpy deliveries. Someone ordered a chiralium gauge delivery. You know, every time I read that word gauge, in my head I pronounce it as gauge. But I correct myself every time before I actually pronounce it.
Hello. Sam Bridges, right? We've been expecting you. The gauge you brought is going to save a lot of lives. Let me do a quick inspection.
Yeah, it's different.
Oh, wonderful. It's
So,
in perfect condition.
I still haven't found the film director yet. Damn. That's alright. I mean, somewhere out there is a random person whom I haven't seen before. I'm finding packages that are addressed to him on the ground, but I don't know where he is. Can't reach the film director right now. I have no idea where he is, so to keep searching. And I'll be used at all. You see if maybe it can be used on the more materials that can be used. Special alloys. What's that? Another crafting material?
Once you connect us to the network, we'll be able to share our measurements with everyone. You mind doing the honors?
Sure. Enjoy your BT juice. I know you know where the film director is, but I don't want to spoil this. I'd rather find him on my own. Does it show you where to go if you highlight this cargo in the inventory? I didn't see. any markers showing where he was. But I'll check again if I find his cargo again. PPC level 2. Oh. Float. Oh. Timefall shutter. Oh. Timefall shutter. And safe house. Oh, perfect. Weather forecast as well. Oh, that's gonna be so handy.
I'm sure they told you, but this weather station was built before the Death Stranding. Bridges 1 came and fixed it up. Unfortunately, we lost contact with our weather satellites a while back. Interference from chiral clouds. So it's been tough to measure chiralium levels and predict timefall. But thanks to you, this weather station can finally function as intended. You made our jobs easier. Now let us do the same for you. We won't let you down, I promise. Take care.
I see you got the weather station back online. Excellent work, Sam. When a region is integrated into the chiral network, it's also brought closer to the beach, in a manner of speaking. There's a significant impact on chiralium levels, and measuring...
Oops.
The more we know, the more accurately we can determine where to expect timefall and when. Without the chiral network, we'd be left guessing. Oh, and thanks to your latest accomplishment, you can now review the weather forecast via your cufflinks. Check your map. You'll see. Ought to come in handy when you're planning routes. I'll keep an eye on the chiral density from right here in my lab. It's not too far from South Knot City. Keep processing those orders and you'll put that region on the grid soon enough. Good luck, Sam.
Good work, Sam. That's one more site on the grid. Keep it up and we'll be finished before you know it. The weather station's forecast should be visible to everyone on the chiral network now. Yourself included. You can access them via your cufflinks. It could be useful when plotting your routes.
Yeah, I think
Good work. New order available.
your bitch said the
Please
exact
access
same thing. Anything in the shared locker? Nope. When do we cycle? Cycle some metals. Recycle the PPC. Recycle the climbing anchors. And we're going to build 2 PPCs and 1 climbing anchor. And yeah, special alloys is yet another crafting material. Let me guess. The fucking shelters are going to be special alloys, aren't they? Oh yeah, I forgot to check my other stuff to see if they were breaking down as well, need to be replaced. Let's see. That's all fine. That's all fine. Oh yeah, these need to be replaced. They're not gonna survive the next trip. Regardless. Right,
We've added a timefall shelter option to your PCC. They're perfect for keeping you and your cargo dry until the weather improves.
I wouldn't mind.
Congratulations, Sam. Your PCC's leveled up, so to speak. It now has the capacity to produce more complex structures. I'll let Mama fill you in on the details.
Safe house.
It's a fairly large structure, so it'll take a lot of time and materials to build. But once complete, it's pretty much identical to a private room. Give it a shot.
Okay. Safe house foundation. Private room. Once materials are added to construction, can be used to rest, shall perform fragile jumps. Yep. Special alloy. A lot of it.
A floating carrier is a kind of tractor car. Chiral crystals keep it suspended in midair, allowing it to move unimpeded over rough terrain. You can load one up with cargo and tow it to your destination with minimal effort. If one's not enough for your needs, you can hook it up to another and take two. Just keep in mind that carriers require a steady supply of chiral crystals to operate.
Ah, fuck.
Make sure you have enough to get where you need to go.
They drain chiral crystals? Ah, fuck. Then maybe they're not. Then maybe I won't make these. I don't like consumables that uses a essential fuel as a resource. Two of these. This place can't build vehicles, huh? Guess it doesn't have a garage. Oh, that's fine. I don't need to have a garage. PPC on back. Hermetic grenade. Attach to my suit. Attach to my other side. There we go. Then you should use the crystal for building roads. Yeah, fuck that shit, not gonna bother building floaters then. Right, I have a climbing anchor. It belongs to someone. Oops. I don't know who this belongs to, but yeah.
Delivering cargo.
Right, so the climbing anchors that I saw in my inventory were the other guys, so I need to build one of these. Thank you. Before I do anything, I need to test out the PPC. One thing I need to check. Can he build everything at the... Okay, it can build everything that the PPC one can build. That's good. Last time you have a 10 minutes to wait out the weather. Use continuous pathway and temperature control. Oh! Oh, that's interesting. Oh. Most people use bridges rather than timefall shelters as actual shelter though, unless it's something that I'm only going to start seeing now. Oh, let's see. Orders for Sam? To the timefall farm. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. We'll construct a safe house over here. Why not? I saw the tutorial. Yeah. Hang on. Oh god. Oh god, how much shit did they expect me to carry? More than I can. Fuck. Okay, fine. I'll use the fucking floating carrier. Yeah, they use bridges because they're one-time wall shelters here. That makes sense. building bridges as makeshift shelters in areas where you can't use timefall shelters yet.
How do I use the...
How the hell do I use that?
Touch carrier?
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Cargo menu?
load on the carrier.
On the carrier. On the carrier. Oh,
Handy. Yeah, I'm just gonna use this temporarily to get the
shelter belt.
I'm going to depower it.
Okay, Sam. Find your way to the building site. Use your map and compass if you don't remember the way. I'll contact you with additional instructions once you get close. Weather forecasts can now be viewed via your cufflinks. Should come in handy when you're on the road.
Weather forecast. Press T to cycle between standard map display, current hour coverage display, and weather forecast display. Ooh! Wind and timefall. Blue areas indicate timefall. Indicates wind speed and direction. Can you alter the time for which weather forecast is being displayed?
Oh!
Oh, that's handy. That's really handy. Weather display is so helpful, yeah. I can actually plan my routes now. Wow. Huh.
It doesn't show where BTs appear, but
Just knowing that there's rain in a specific region, that helps so much.
Safe travels. Weapons restrictions lifted.
there's something over there.
Let's see. How far away do you want me to build a damn thing?
Yeah. Mark to the memory chip.
And mark to that.
God,
This thing is dragging me back. I don't like this. Probably not gonna use this after this little mission is done. Give me that.
There we go.
Ceramics. Those are worth picking up. Weather station cargo.
I'll take that.
Thank you. And here we are.
All right, you've made it. Let's get that safe house built.
You good to go, Sam? First, equip your PCC and select Safe House.
Safe house. I'm gonna guess that this is an area that's earmarked for no safe houses of other places ever spawn.
Sam, you'll want to get those materials over to the safe house sooner rather than later.
Yeah. I'm on it. And materials. Use your car crystals and go. Eventually I'm gonna find a spot to put down my own proper safe house. But for now I'll just leave this here. S-Rank, okay. Yeah, I didn't do shit.
Thank you, Sam. This safe house will be a boon to countless others in the long run. I'm not just... You'll have the honor of being the first person to rest there.
Yeah, fuck that noise. I ain't gonna rest there. We're gonna go back to the distro center and we'll stop there. Also drop off the little floaty thing.
Beginning scan. Safe track. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
I just thought of a funny story. I'll tell you guys once I'm done organizing my inventory. Let's see here. I have a locker. Put that away, thank you. Lost cargo measuring device. We're going to that. Goes onto the tool rack. Confirmed. Recycle ceramics. There we go. Yeah. Make delivery. Oh, share memory chip data. We'll do that as well. Oh, kill them all.
So you're a treasure hunter in your spare time, huh? It's funny. I didn't think you had any.
Whose fault is it that I don't have spare time? Motherfuckers. You guys press ganked me into this.
Thank you for your contribution.
You know, way back at the beginning, you guys were like, you must do this. You must, no one else can. That tells you must, for fucking assholes. And you have a choice. Motherfucker. Yeah.
Thank you for coming. You really are incredible.
don't know how you do it.
Yeah, it's not a good initiative. Ah, fuck America. Oh, I want to build my own America with blackjack and hookers and slave trade.
Well, good luck to you, and take care of yourself.
Good work.
Anyone else want to do that instead?
Please access delivery
Build our own
terminal for
America?
further information.
Right, bunch of cargo for claiming. Anything going to the distro center? A Mark II carrier. Nah, I'm not gonna use it. Nothing worth me taking on. So we are going to grab this VOG warning. What the hell does that mean? What the hell is VOG warning? Container repair spray. You said the container is destroyed. Ah, that's what you mean. So, be gentle with it. Noted. Right. We will take it. They're giving us one extra repair
That
spray.
container is filled with pressurized fog. If it breaks, the gas will begin to leak out, which is bad news for you and anyone near you. Therefore, it's imperative you keep this cargo in good condition. Pack some extra repair spray just to be sure. In case you're wondering, fog is vital to the work of our R&D division. Deliver it safely and you might end up contributing to the creation of some new equipment for yourself.
Oh. Alright. Camera back. Carry the container spare spray by hand. I'm going to put it on my back. Excuse me.
Order assigned.
What other orders do I have? Deliver 20th century cars. I'll take that as well. Premium delivery. Less than 3% damage? Yeah, no, fuck that shit. I ain't gonna do that. We're going through hostile terrain. Not gonna risk it. Alright, head out.
Order assigned.
Oh, that's annoying. Sometimes the cargo will auto-sort, sometimes it doesn't. Hang on. Let me deal with this crap. Oops. Okay. Now, just put on back. There we go. Perfect. Let's get out of here.
Take care.
Alright, so
Safe travels.
you know how I referred to time for a funny story? You know how I referred to the carry as the floaty thing?
Well, I have this friend.
Numi.
Numi knows. He doesn't know how to drive.
And one day when we were going out, I've forgotten why he mentioned this, but
He was talking about driving and how he doesn't have a driver's license.
and
He wanted to mention the gas pedal,
the accelerator.
and
Instead, he called it the steppy thing. And when he called it that,
I was in the middle of driving.
I started laughing my ass off. Just hearing him calling the gas pedal the steppy thing was...
Yeah,
I laughed so fucking hard.
I couldn't see the road.
What's this?
Someone asking for a...
Generator here?
But there's no road here.
Fuck off. I ain't gonna do that shit.
Maybe I'll build a generator next time, but right now, no.
Right now I'm busy.
Oh shit.
How's the rain?
Oh goddamn, the rain is moving in the direction that I want to go in.
Damn. We have no choice but to try to outrun the rain.
Good luck to me trying to outrun the
Fucking weather. You might wonder why I'm going into the rain right now. It's because I'm seeing all this.
Give me that.
It's like 10, 20, 30 minutes later, so
What's the time? Still, I have to try to outrun the rain.
I'm on foot, so
I don't have much time to get out of the rain zone.
I have 10 minutes to clear this entire area.
Although to be fair, I am avoiding the
Area where the BTs are, because I'm going below the ridge, but still. And be careful.
You didn't get any online timefall shelters.
No.
There we go.
The nearest timefall shelter
is
way back there. Who the fuck's built a safe house outside there?
no clue, but
I'm going to dismantle the damn thing.
that shelter doesn't help anyone.
All I have here around here are post boxes.
some makeshift shelters in the form of bridges, but yeah.
Oh wait, there's no rain here, which means there's no BTs. Okay, this area is temporarily clear until the rain gets here. I can hear the rain directly behind me though.
So we don't have much time to spare. Over there, safer. You can use the rocks as safe footholds. Oh, come on, baby.
Don't you like being underwater?
I love being underwater.
There's something wrong with this baby.
Why doesn't this baby like being underwater? You got 3 of them on the way back? Well, lucky you.
I have to go and deconstruct that awful timefall shelter.
Outside the distro center. The baby's already underwater, but baby loves to swim, right? You've seen the baby in the hot springs. I'm sure the baby should appreciate being underwater. I'm sure of it. Babies love the water.
I mean, yeah, I have friends who literally panic as soon as their head is below the water, but
clearly there's something wrong with them. People are fine underwater.
oh, by the way, we came back to our bike, so
Yeah, let's
grab the bike. We can deliver the bike back. And we can also grab these containers for the port city.
probably entrust them to someone. I think we managed to.
Did we manage to outrun the rain? No, we didn't.
There's rain here. I keep thinking that's a fucking monster. Bloody hell.
Metals. Alright.
Hang on.
I'm
going to stop here and do a few things. First,
Okay.
we are going to
dismantle this shit.
This thing is fucking useless.
Obstacle? What fucking obstacle? You mean me?
Get rid of that shit.
Thank you.
Useless safe house.
Directly outside the damn fucking...
Distro center. Nobody needs that shit.
Safe travels.
Give me that. Thank you. Here we are. Easy. Easy. You can always count on Harpy deliveries. Here you go.
So you made it. Looks good as new. My hat's off to you.
Now I kind of regret not taking the premium service thing, but oh well. Oh well. Jump ramp. Considering how jank the physics of the bikes are, I think I'm okay. I don't think I need to create jump ramps on my fucking bikes. Thank you very much. Bunch of lost cargo. Nice.
Well, take care of yourself.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for...
I'm going to... Oh god, 500 every turn. That's actually a lot. Maybe I should do this myself. That's a lot of likes. Yeah, I'll do this myself. I'll put this into storage for now. I'll do this next time I play. And yeah, I'll do some grinding off stream. Build out some of the roads, move some materials around, you know, all that good stuff. Well, we'll make it cancel. Why did we complete it? The body is still out. Oh. Metals. Yes, store. Very low amounts of these resources. You have to start trying to look out for all that junk as well. It's gonna be annoying. Hope there aren't too many resources. We have to chuckle right here in a bit. Garage, store. How can I donate online vehicles? Or does this get automatically added to the online?
Storing vehicle.
Are all vehicles in garages automatically added to the online garage?
Thank you for your contribution.
I have a feeling they are. You just leave them
The
outside.
jump ramp schematic has been added to your PCC. These ramps harness the power of chiral crystals to propel you high into the air. You can use them while driving, or on foot, or even when riding a floating carrier.
I mean, I do know that we can find bikes on the road and those are likely left outside, but the ones in the garage, I have a strong suspicion that those are bikes that were left in the garage by other players. I just gained access to them. That's my educated guess with regards to how those were handled. Is there any... Nope. No metals nor chiral crystals. I mean, what if... That resource, that other resource that I'm looking for. Let's rest in the private room. We're done today, chat. I might still play a bit more tomorrow, but it's gonna be just me grinding and stuff. Thinking about it, there's actually a main mission for Sam that I haven't done yet.
Good morning, Sam.
That I forgot to do. Fuck!
Thank you for your generosity.
But I will do it next time. I don't mind waiting until next time to do that. We're done, Chan. No jump scare this time. Well, we can check. Maybe? Are you gonna jump scare us? Baby? No jump scare? Okay, thank you, baby. See? Baby is good now. No jump scare. Good baby. What kind of color change do we get? Right. Yeah, disgusting. 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 Use yellow? Nah, yellow isn't really my color. I'm more about the magenta, purples, and blues. Those are my colors, and blacks. I wanted to use yellow or orange, but then you thought it just looked like a mule. I mean, you can if you want to. Why not? You can be like the anti-mule, you know? The mule who destroys other mules. Whatever kind of hate cannon you want to create for your character. Hi. We're done, chat. We're done with today's stream. Thank you so much for being here. Whether you're looking or chatting, everyone. Love you all. Hope everyone enjoyed today's stream. And I hope to see you guys next time. See. thank you so much to each and every one of you for being here, whether you're lurking or chatting or just dropping by for a little bit, or you stayed for a long while, whether you're commenting on the VOD. Every little bit helps. Thank you so much, guys. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. There was something I wanted to mention. Right. Tomorrow there's not going to be a stream because tomorrow I'm going to be doing video editing and I'm going to be taking photos, but I plan to complete Andor tomorrow. Thank you. Completing Andor, so if anyone wants to watch the second half of Andor with us, make sure to join my Discord. We host anime nights, although this time it's not anime, this time it's this time it's Andor, and it's not even my usual Weep edition Star Wars because we couldn't get Star Wars Weep edition, unfortunately, but oh well. Andor is really good, by the way, very good show. I take it from someone who hates the fucking sequel trilogies and Book of Boba and Kenobi. Andor is really good. Really good. Really good so far, very nice. Very well done show. What else is there? Also check out my other socials. I have Twitter down below, and you won't see my fancy link down below, but you can find it in my Discord and my Twitter key. Alright, what else? Speaking of which, I have to thank my amazing extra mile supporters. Thank you so much to Lucky, Crump, Raz.gov, Oxy, and Maka for always giving me your big tip energies. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next up, thank you to Lear, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky, Shit, DJ, and Daily Jerker for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I'm all tuckered out from today. A family gathering, and now going to go get something to eat. I've been a little bit hungry for the last 3 hours, so yeah, I'm gonna go get something to eat and then relax for a little bit. Might do some off-stream grinding after I'm done eating, but we'll see. More gathering, but that's off-stream. Off-stream, chat, off-stream. Off-stream, so that you guys don't have to sit here and watch me just travel back and forth, doing all that boring stuff here. Off-stream grinding. I wonder what I should have for supper. I still haven't had mac and cheese, but I don't want to have mac and cheese off stream. I want to have it with you guys. I need to try to set aside a stream to eat that with you guys. I'm scared that the Monterey Jack cheese will start growing mold before then. Fuck. I hope the Monterey Jack cheese will last until maybe next week.